Chapter 585. Legend has it that before the mysterious world was opened, there were some terrifying creatures, and one of them was a butterfly. Let only needed a light flap of its wings to affect a world, causing earth-shattering changes to the world. Ling Xiao didn't know the relationship between this little butterfly in his mountain river world and the legendary butterfly. But for now, this little butterfly had helped him a lot. That black flame. Even he couldn't easily absorb it, but this little thing absorbed it very easily. It was simply treating the black flame as a delicacy. However, there was something that made him unhappy. That was this little butterfly had eaten many of the spirit flowers and herbs in his body. Not only that, it had even eaten the fairy dragon martial spirit. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, "Where did this little thing get such a big appetite?" And it wasn't picky at all. Fortunately, when this little thing was preparing to devour the plague demon king martial spirit, it entered the black flame from the outside. It probably felt that the black flame tasted better, so it chose to give up. "Damn you, after I obtained the fairy dragon martial spirit, I only used it once, and it was eaten by this little thing. What kind of monster are you?" Ling Xiao didn't stop running as he looked inside his body. He was a person who could do two things at once, so this wasn't a problem. As if it heard Ling Xiao's dissatisfaction, the little butterfly's round eyes turned and revealed a stingy expression. "Wait a minute. This little thing doesn't seem to be a butterfly." Ling Xiao took a closer look and discovered that although this little thing's wings were undoubtedly butterfly wings, its body was completely different from a butterfly's. Its body was actually a little person that didn't even reach the height of Ling Xiao's pinky finger. This little person was wearing green clothes that seemed to be condensed from energy. Upon closer look, it was actually a little beauty. She looked fresh and juicy, but her head was a little too small. "Please, you're saying that I'm stingy? You ruined all the spirit grasses and spirit herbs that I painstakingly planted and even ate my martial spirit. Didn't I just say one sentence, and you're actually blaming me for being stingy?" If it weren't for this little thing's cute appearance, Ling Xiao would have slapped it to death. While eating the black flame, the little thing curled its lips at the medicine field. It didn't seem to be able to speak, so it could only use its actions to express its meaning. Ling Xiao curiously looked at the medicinal field. Only then did he realize that although the little thing was gluttonous and ate all the medicinal herbs that were more than 1,000 years old, it kept the seedlings of each of them. It did not kill the goose that laid the golden eggs and drained the pond to catch all the fish. This couldn't be considered as destroying, but even so, it was still too ruthless. He had just obtained the meridian-strengthening grass from the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda and was preparing to refine the meridian-strengthening pill. And that golden snow lotus, it was a 1,000-year-old one. This brother couldn't bear to use it, but it was eaten by a little guy like you. Ling Xiao still felt uncomfortable in his heart. Seeing that Ling Xiao was still not satisfied, Little Butterfly could not help but sigh. She then pointed at the mountain river world and made a gesture of wanting to go out. "You's coming out. It's very dangerous outside." Ling Xiao certainly wouldn't let this little thing go. What a joke. After eating so many of his good things, he had to collect some interest. N. Little Butterfly made a fighting gesture. "Are you serious? You said you can help me fight? You're just a little thing. Save it." Although he said that, Ling Xiao suddenly remembered that Little Butterfly could quickly devour the black flame. What he was most afraid of now was the black flame. With Little Butterfly's help, it might be a lot easier. However, before letting the little fellow out, Ling Xiao had to be prepared. Who knew if the little butterfly would run away after it came out, leaving him with nothing to show for it? He remembered that before Little Butterfly was born, it had absorbed a large amount of his spirit power. At the same time, it had also absorbed a large amount of the mountain river martial spirit's energy. How could his spirit power be so easily digested? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao tried to urge the mountain river will. In that instant, the originally lively and adorable little butterfly fell directly from midair to the ground. Then, its body trembled continuously as if it had sensed an extremely terrifying power. Hee hee, I didn't expect you to be afraid of something. Ling Xiao laughed. It seems that although little butterfly is powerful, it is still inferior to the mountain river martial spirit. Although the mountain river martial spirit is the human king's martial spirit, it is still unknown where the human king obtained it. More importantly, all the martial spirits in the mysterious world were created by the mountain river martial spirit. The mountain river martial spirit is the king of all martial spirits. It is not an exaggeration to say that the mountain river martial spirit is the king of the mysterious world. In that case, he is not afraid of little butterfly running away. Although little butterfly looks powerful, it is afraid of the mountain river martial spirit's will. Thinking of this, he immediately let little butterfly out. Little thing, listen up. You can't eat the things in the mountain river world. If you want to eat something, you can tell me. I will try my best to satisfy you, but after eating, you have to work. I don't want to raise a useless thing. Ling Xiao is not afraid that little butterfly will eat until he is poor. With his ability, it is easy to find food for little butterfly. It is just that he hates little butterfly eating his things. This time, little butterfly did not eat his key item. If she really ate the plague demon king martial spirit, he will go crazy. Little butterfly nodded vigorously, looking at her big, watery eyes. Ling Xiao's heart softened. Forget it. I won't scare you anymore. However, what I said before still counts. If you dare to act recklessly, I will definitely not let you off. Ling Xiao disdained to bully a little butterfly, but when it comes to some matters of principle, he will definitely adhere to it. He will not let little butterfly ruin his plan. Whoosh, behind him, an even more terrifying light beam flew over. This time, 30 light beams condensed into one. The light beam was still more than 10 meters away from Ling Xiao, but the blazing temperature had already burned Ling Xiao's clothes. One must know that the clothes he is wearing are the clothes that the Yuehua school gave to the outer sect disciples. It is not a treasure, but it has the ability to resist high temperature and cold. But in an instant, he felt as if he was about to be burned. This feeling is not comfortable. If he was hit, he will probably turn into ashes in an instant. Fortunately, he has eaten the fire spirit fruit before. His body's fire resistance has greatly increased. Although his clothes are burning hot, his skin can still withstand it. But the closer he is, the higher the temperature. Ling Xiao estimates that even if he enters the ancient golden dragon form, he will not be able to withstand this high temperature. He can only try this as a last resort. Little butterfly, it is up to you. Ling Xiao placed all his hopes on little butterfly. He does not know why, perhaps because little butterfly has absorbed a large amount of his soul power, but he feels that little butterfly is quite close to him. Chapter 586. Yes, yes. The little butterfly nodded with puffed-up cheeks. She had already arrived behind Ling Xiao. She looked so small, but when she was serious, she gave off a very trustworthy feeling. Suddenly, the little butterfly's 2 pairs of wings flickered with a bright light. When the huge black pillar of light reached her, it instantly shrunk from a thick pillar to the size of a needle tip, and then crazily poured into the little guy's wings. Yes. The little guy nodded with satisfaction, then turned around and made a victory sign to the stunned Ling Xiao. Damn it, I can't believe that Ling Xiao, can't even compare to a little butterfly. This is too embarrassing. In any case, the little guy's appearance had indeed blocked a huge crisis for Ling Xiao. tired. The little butterfly finally made the first sound that was exactly like a human's, but it was a childish voice that sounded like a baby's. Then she turned into a colorful light and returned to the mountain river realm, lying down among the flowers and falling asleep. Sleep well, thank you. At this moment, Ling Xiao's anger towards the loss of his martial soul and the exotic flowers and herbs had completely vanished. The little butterfly had blocked the attack for him, which was equivalent to preserving his qualification to continue the pagoda ascension ceremony. In this way, he might be able to obtain a greater opportunity. Compared to a greater opportunity, what was the loss of those things? At this time, he had already taken advantage of the little butterfly blocking the attack for him to reach the only open space in the valley. Sure enough, this place seems a little strange. That monster doesn't dare to come close. Ling Xiao stood on the open space and saw the monster roaring angrily in the black magma. The magma was constantly being slapped around, but it didn't dare to come close to the open space. This must be the so-called chance of survival. The difficulty of the Moonlight Pagoda was relatively low. After all, it was only a trial. The Moonlight Heavenly Maiden couldn't really let her successor be killed or eliminated quickly. Therefore, when she designed these secret areas, she left a chance of survival. As for whether they could reach this place of survival, it would depend on the ability of the trial disciples. At the very least, Ling Xiao was almost eliminated by that monster. After carefully analyzing the monster, Ling Xiao was able to determine the exact strength of the monster. No wonder he was able to beat him up. This monster was actually more powerful than the guardian of the third stage. He had already reached the second stage of the celestial realm, the yin and yang heavenly realm. The heaven realm was different from the transcendent realm. The heaven realm had a total of 10 stages, and each stage represented a massive change. They also had their own unique changes. After reaching the celestial realm, the 9 martial veins would completely merge into one and become the heavenly veins. From the first layer to the 10th layer, they were respectively one-line sky, sky of yin and yang, sky of 3 talents, sky of 4 symbols, sky of 5 elements, sky of 6 arts, sky of 7 stars, sky of 8 trigrams, sky of 9 layers, sky of 10 directions. Of course, in order to make it easier for cultivators to understand, they would usually still narrate, compile books, or even give lectures according to the 10th layer of the heaven tier. The previous guardian of the third stage was a powerhouse at the first level of the celestial realm, who was also a powerhouse at one-line sky. A powerhouse at one-line sky had just finished merging 9 martial veins. The heavenly veins were only a single line and were very small, but the total amount of true chi they could hold was far more than a transcendent realm cultivator. The monster in front of him was a powerhouse at the second layer of the celestial realm, which was also a powerhouse at 2-line sky. At this time, the heavenly veins were divided into 2 colors, black and white, which became more obvious and much larger. Naturally, it was stronger than a powerhouse at 1-line sky. Ling Xiao still felt a little scared. No wonder his speed was not as fast as the monster. This guy was actually so strong that he was not eliminated by it. It was really lucky. But even if the monster could not get close, what should he do next? Ling Xiao was basically certain that the monster in front of him was an ancient hell dragon. Moreover, it was a pure-blooded ancient hell dragon, not a mixed-blood dragon like the black dragon. Even if this guy's strength did not seem strong now, once he took it as his martial soul, it could continue to grow stronger. But what should he do? He definitely could not beat it. There seemed to be no other way. Ling Xiao thought of a way while stuffing a large number of high-grade true essence pills and a few healing pills into his mouth. The high-grade true essence pills were refined by him, and the healing pills were obtained from the trial in the Moonlight Pagoda. Now, no matter what method he used, he had to first recuperate his body. No matter what, he had to get his hands on this ancient hell dragon. Even if he did not take it as his martial soul, he could temporarily trap it in the mountain river world and slowly train it in the future. However, the difference between pets and martial souls was still quite big. Pets could only help in battle and were considered external forces. However, martial souls were related to the martial artist's soul and blood. When it reached a certain level, not only could it help in battle, it could also allow the martial artist to use the various abilities of the martial soul. Therefore, in a sense, a martial soul was much more useful than a pet. If possible, Ling Xiao still hoped to turn the ancient hell dragon into his martial soul. Pets were too difficult to control. If they betrayed him, he might hurt himself. However, martial souls absolutely could not betray him. But in the end, it was still the same problem. How to defeat this guy? If he could not defeat it, he could not subdue it, let alone convert it into a martial soul. Even a heaven realm expert of the same realm would definitely not be a match for this kind of pure-blooded ancient beast, not to mention that Ling Xiao was now only a transcendent realm martial artist. It was even more impossible for him to win. Rely on the little butterfly. Don't think about it. The little butterfly was now full and tired. It was sleeping soundly. It was better to look for it first. Since that guy did not dare to approach this place, it meant that there should be something here that could restrain it. Moreover, since the Moonlight Fairy had left a chance for survival, there would naturally be a possibility of subduing the ancient hell dragon. When his body recovered to its peak condition, Ling Xiao got up and searched the open space. It was impossible for him to not find something that others could not find. Releasing the true essence ball, coupled with the analysis ability of the mountain river martial soul, he found the key in an instant. In this open space, there was an altar completely covered by soil. Ling Xiao dug up all the soil and approached the altar, hoping to find something useful on it. On the altar, there was a sculpture of a very beautiful woman. However, the more he looked at it, the more it looked like the little butterfly. Forget it. Ling Xiao shook his head and looked at the necklace on the neck of the sculpture on the altar. High imitation, pendant of justice. This was the conclusion of the mountain river martial soul after analysis. High imitation, pendant of justice, immortal grade artifact. It can only be used once. It can temporarily allow one's strength to reach the stage where it is completely connected to the opponents. One of the 12 immortals of the ancient era, the law enforcement celestial venerable, who controlled the laws of the sacred dynasty of the human race, possessed the real treasure here. Chapter 587. This pendant is an imitation of the pendant of justice, one of the 12 human immortals of the sacred dynasty. It can only be used once against experts below the Grotto Heaven realm. It can only be used for 2 hours. Seeing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, since it was an opportunity, there would be a chance to obtain it. Because the strength of the trial disciples who entered the Moonlight Pagoda was uneven, it didn't seem appropriate to set up monsters of any level here. Making such an imitation of the pendant of justice would be just right for anyone to use. The Moonlight Goddess really put in a lot of effort, but for 100,000 years, not a single disciple had been able to enter the 4th stage, let alone reach this place. Thank you, ancestral grandmother. No matter what, I, Ling Xiao, am a disciple of the Yuehua school. Even if someone is dissatisfied with me and tries to scheme against me, I'll just deal with the person and not the sect. I'll just clean up this trash. Ling Xiao was sincerely grateful to the Yuehua school. However, the Yuehua school was the Yuehua school. Those who were against him still had to be cleaned up one by one, unless they bowed down to him. He reached out and took off the pendant of justice, then put it around his neck. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt a strange power surge into his body. This feeling was really strange. He couldn't get used to suddenly having the cultivation of the heaven realm and the two forms heavenly realm. But fortunately, he had the mountain river martial soul. After a moment of discomfort, he quickly grasped this power. Whoosh, the golden dragon wings spread out again, and Ling Xiao returned to the black magma. Roar! Seeing Ling Xiao appear again, the ancient hell dragon let out a crazy and excited roar. It opened its huge mouth and bit at Ling Xiao. The golden dragon wings on his back flapped gently, and Ling Xiao's figure suddenly moved, leaving only an afterimage on the spot. He easily dodged this attack. Rumble! The ancient hell dragon didn't have time to withdraw its attack. Its huge head smashed into the magma, and with a loud boom, black magma flew out in all directions, intertwining into a torrential downpour. This lasted for a full 2 to 3 minutes before it finally stopped. Floating in the air, Ling Xiao sneered. Then, the ice dragon sword appeared in his hand. With a move of his feet, he appeared on the neck of the ancient hell dragon almost instantly. At this moment, there were black flames under his feet. If it was before, his legs would have been crippled. But now he had the effect of the pendant of impartiality, and his cultivation had reached the celestial realm. The wind celestial phenomenon seeped out of his body and actually forced back the black flames. She couldn't get close to him. Then, the ice dragon sword in his hand condensed true yuan, accompanied by the sound of thunder and lightning coupled with the water blue ice crystals, ruthlessly pierced towards the ancient hell dragon's neck. Lightning constellation, congealed water. The water blue ice crystals and the black flames reflected each other's brilliance, revealing a very gorgeous color, dazzling the eyes of those who looked at it. Chi! The ice dragon sword was wrapped in lightning and ice, not giving the ancient hell dragon any chance to dodge. The tip of the sword ruthlessly pierced into its neck, piercing through the shining black and purple dragon scales. Then, the ice crystal shattered, and the lightning wreaked havoc. Large amounts of blood spurted out from under the dragon scales, falling into the black flames. It had to be said that the dragon blood of the ancient hell dragon was really powerful. Even the black flames were unable to burn it. It actually turned into drops of crystals sinking into the magma. Roar! The neck was suddenly attacked, and the injury was not light. The ancient hell dragon suddenly let out an ear-piercing cry. Its huge body directly rushed into the magma, attempting to bring Ling Xiao into the pitch-black magma, as if it could kill Ling Xiao like this. However, it was a pity. After Ling Xiao obtained the pendant of impartiality, not only did his attack increase, but his defense also became very terrifying. Even the mutated ghost flame, martial soul, had been strengthened. Although there was still a sizzling sound when he sank into the lava, Ling Xiao did not suffer any damage at all. Even Lin Xiao himself felt that this strength was inconceivable. The ancient hell dragon was enraged. A mere human dared to stand on its body twisted into a strange shape, and then wrapped Ling Xiao in it. Its shining wings flashed with a strange light. Hee, angry from embarrassment. Facing such a situation, Ling Xiao's expression did not change. I have never lost to an opponent of the same level. Even the ancient hell dragon is the same. You are stronger than warriors of the same level, but I am stronger than you. Ling Xiao was never conceited. He was just confident. If it was before, facing such an attack, he could only run for his life. But now, facing such an attack, he could completely ignore it because to him, it was not a threat at all. At this time, a figure appeared near the valley. It was Dai Yuling. Dai Yuling's aura, compared to before, had a great change. It felt like she was different from before, but he could not tell what had changed. Standing on the valley, Dai Yuling looked at the terrifying energy emitted by the dazzling black light, and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. What kind of battle was this? How could it be so terrifying? Boom! At a certain moment, the ancient hell dragon's attack was finally released. On its body, there were 100 pairs of wings, and this time, it also released 200 rays of black light. These 200 rays of light condensed into a ring, and this ring was rapidly shrinking. When it shrank to a certain extent, it would completely kill Ling Xiao. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. Terrifying energy fluctuations continued to spread out, and the valley continued to explode. Magma continued to spurt out, forming the magma pillars of the secret technique. This was just the energy emitted by the energy ring, and it had already formed such a terrifying destructive force. If he was attacked, what would happen? Above the valley, Dai Yuling's eyes showed a special dark green color, and the surrounding plants seemed to be under her control. In the valley, plants that could resist the black flames also transmitted the battle scene to her. Looking at the doomsday-like scene in the valley, her entire body could not help trembling. Her strength increased, and her senses became sharper. This kind of attack was enough to easily raze Tianfeng City to the ground. She did not know what method Ling Xiao was going to use to deal with it. One had to know, even a 4th or 5th level celestial realm powerhouse would not have many ways to deal with such an attack. At the very least, they absolutely did not dare to take it head-on. Ling Xiao's strength seems to be on par with that monster, but even so, he can't take this attack. Dai Yuling was a little nervous, but at the same time, she strangely developed a feeling of trust in Ling Xiao. She kept feeling that Ling Xiao definitely had a special purpose for doing so. Chapter 588. Thinking that Ling Xiao might have his own plans, Dai Yuling didn't rush down rashly. Moreover, although her strength had increased, she didn't dare to go down rashly. That kind of black magma could only be crossed by a cultivator who could fly. At this moment, she was surprised to find that the energy ring was rapidly weakening. Upon closer inspection, Ling Xiao was standing in the middle of the ring. He didn't dodge, nor did he take it head-on. Behind him, a huge furnace appeared. The black light and flames were all absorbed by this huge furnace. The furnace was like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled. It'll be easier to absorb energy in the future. Under the transcendent realm, Ling Xiao didn't dare to use the furnace martial spirit rashly because it would be useless and might even cause the martial spirit to be destroyed. However, things were different now. He had the effect of the pendant of justice. He was a warrior in the celestial being realm and yin-yang heaven. As his strength increased, the power of the furnace martial soul also increased greatly. It was too easy for him to absorb such energy. The furnace itself was used to store flames and then used to temper other things. As for flames, it naturally didn't reject them. As the furnace martial spirit madly absorbed, the energy ring became thinner and thinner. Even the black magma in the valley became less and less. Ling Xiao was clearly trying to move the entire magma out of this place. In the end, the energy ring completely disappeared. Even the black magma turned from a big river to a small river. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's strength was limited. The furnace martial spirit had reached its energy limit and couldn't continue to absorb. Tisk, one can't be too greedy. Let's leave it at that. Behind Ling Xiao, in the huge furnace, the black flames kept rolling. Then, the huge lid of the furnace was closed. No matter how chaotic the situation inside was, there was no longer any commotion outside. It's delicious, this black flame. After I obtain the ancient hell dragon martial spirit, I'll use it as nourishment to cultivate this martial spirit. Ling Xiao looked at the trembling ancient hell dragon at his feet and smiled. Of course, Such delicious flames must be left behind to condense into hellfire true essence. This way, it would be easier to refine pills and set up arrays. Wu, seeing its powerful attack being completely absorbed by the terrifying human, the ancient hell dragon's eyes were filled with shock and fear, and its body was trembling. It's time to end this. Ling Xiao knew that if he wanted to obtain the ancient hell dragon martial soul, he would first have to keep it in the Mountain River realm. Of course, it would be best to beat him until he was half dead. That would be even more effective. Then he stabbed his sword at the ancient hell dragon beneath his feet. As he stabbed out, a terrifying force tore through space and slammed into the huge body of the ancient hellish dragon. In an instant, the terrifying true Yuan Qi blasted the shiny black scales on the ancient hell dragon's body into dust. The sword Qi continued to penetrate deeper into the ancient hell dragon's body. The ancient hell dragon's body was bent from the impact. Some of them fell directly into the black lava. Roar! The sudden fear and pain caused the ancient hell dragon to raise its huge head and let out a hoarse cry. Although it was afraid of Ling Xiao, it was now in a frenzied state. The black flames it spat out were much stronger and denser than before. Balls of black flames covered the sky and attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned slightly, but suddenly smiled. As expected of the ancient hell dragon, even at this time, you still won't submit. Fine, I'll beat you until you admit defeat. The true Yuan on his body became even more violent. At the same time, he entered his human dragon form, and his terrifying aura rose again. Behind him, the huge furnace appeared again, and it was filled with a strong hellish aura. It had evolved. Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. This furnace martial soul was very different from before. It gave off an aura that was very similar to the ancient hell dragon. Hellfire furnace martial soul? Faintly, he could hear the whispers of ghosts, the roars of monsters, and the strong smell of sulfur. Could it be that this furnace was originally a treasure that belonged to the ancient hell dragon? It and the ancient hell dragon are inseparable existences. Ling Xiao felt that his brain wasn't enough, but there was no need to figure this out. After the transformation, the hellfire furnace martial soul was obviously stronger. If he could subdue the ancient hell dragon and combine the two, its power would probably be even stronger. Just as he was thinking about these things, the ancient hell dragon's attacks didn't stop. Balls of black flames kept attacking, as if they were going to drown him. Ling Xiao didn't move. The furnace behind him opened its lid, and the same black flames were spat out. But clearly, the power was more terrifying. When the ancient hell dragon's attacks came into contact with these strange flames, they instantly evaporated into nothingness. Outside the valley, Dai Yuling looked at this scene in shock. She was completely stunned. She had originally wanted to come help after sensing Ling Xiao's aura after obtaining her own opportunity, but now she was just watching the show. Watching Ling Xiao's performance alone. The ancient hell dragon's dragon extinguish was completely extinguished. Then Ling Xiao held the ice dragon sword in his hand, wrapped in a dense cold air, and constantly stabbed the ancient hell dragon's huge body. Every stab would leave a deep wound on the ancient hell dragon's tough body. The originally black dragon scales had turned blood red, and the sight of it made one's scalp tingle. Without the hellfire furnace, the ancient hell dragon had already used all its attacking methods, but it couldn't pose any threat to Ling Xiao. It could only constantly dodge Ling Xiao's attacks, letting out mournful cries that frightened the surrounding monsters. So much so that for such a long time, no other monster appeared in the center of the fourth stage. Dai. For the last attack, Ling Xiao burst out with the most terrifying attack under his current cultivation. Wind, celestial phenomenon. Thunder, celestial phenomenon. Rain, celestial phenomenon. Lightning, celestial phenomenon. Mountain, river, will. All the power gathered together. releasing a terrifying ice storm. The ancient hell dragon was like a leaf in the wind, constantly being torn apart by this terrifying energy. In the end, the valley collapsed, and the surroundings turned into ruins. The ancient hell dragon was also completely destroyed, leaving only a ball of black light floating in the air like a black sun. Return. Ling Xiao kept this ball of black light into the Mountain River world. Through the analysis of the Mountain River martial spirit, he already knew that this black ball of light was the ancient hell dragon's soul. It was the ancient hell dragon's dragon soul inheritance, but he didn't know how to fuse it. Chapter 589. Ling Xiao originally thought that as long as he kept the ancient hell dragon's soul in the Mountain River world, he would be able to convert it into his martial soul like other things. But after trying, he realized that he was a little too naive. This was the dragon soul of the 9 great ancient divine dragons, not an ordinary thing. How could it be converted into a martial soul so easily? Ling Xiao. Just as he was puzzled, he heard someone calling him. Was it Dai Yuling? Ling Xiao raised his head to take a look, then flew over. Are you okay, senior sister Yuling? When Ling Xiao saw Dai Yuling, he was also very happy. If he had to rank them among the people who had entered the Moonlight Pagoda this time, the one who had the closest relationship with him was naturally Dai Yuling. Therefore, he hoped that Dai Yuling could obtain an opportunity in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony and get a good result. Thanks to you, I found a great opportunity in the 4th stage. Now, my martial soul has changed. While speaking, Dai Yuling released her martial soul. It was no longer a cherry tree, but a gourd vine. Legend had it that in the ancient era, the human king found a gourd vine with 7 gourds growing on it. Each gourd represented a terrifying ability. The human king plucked the gourds and made them into 7 magic treasures. It was also his most powerful magic treasure. Now, the magic treasure had disappeared with the human king. But unexpectedly, the gourd vine was transplanted into the Moonlight Pagoda by the Moonlight Fairy, and Dai Yuling encountered it and obtained this terrifying inheritance. Congratulations, senior sister Yuling. Ling Xiao was also happy for Dai Yuling. After inheriting this inheritance, not only did Dai Yuling's martial soul become extremely powerful, but more importantly, her cultivation had soared again. She had entered the early stage of the Transcendent Realm's 7th layer, not far from Lung, Hao, and Shangguan Lei. Thank you. You killed the ancient hell dragon just now, right? Dai Yuling asked. That's right. Ling Xiao smiled and revealed the black ball of light. This is the soul ball of the ancient hell dragon. Don't underestimate it just because it's the size of an apple. The terrifying energy it contains is extremely powerful. If this thing is released as an attack, it can easily destroy a city. Even a celestial realm expert would be blasted into smithereens if they encounter it. How do you plan to deal with such a terrifying thing? Dai Yuling couldn't help asking. Ling Xiao stared at the black ball of light for a while, then suddenly grinned and said, "Eat it. Then I'll convert it into my martial soul." Although the black ball of light would lose its destructive power after transforming into a martial soul, it would be very beneficial to Ling Xiao's future development. This was also a choice. Should he choose to make it his weapon, or should he choose to fuse it with his soul? Ling Xiao's choice was naturally the latter. His cultivation would definitely not stop at its current level, nor would it stop at the celestial realm. Having a martial soul that could be upgraded was definitely much better than having a weapon that could not be upgraded. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Dai Yuling could not help but shudder. She knew very well that it was very dangerous to swallow the black ball of light and fuse it with his soul and bloodline. Even if Ling Xiao's body was very strong and had been tempered from inside to outside, this was not an ordinary soul ball. This was the soul ball of the ancient hell dragon, the dragon soul inheritance of the ancient hell dragon. She could even imagine Ling Xiao's expression after swallowing it. That was a fate worse than death. You have to think carefully. If the fusion is not successful, you may not even have the chance to be eliminated. You will die here forever. Dai Yuling advised seriously. Ling Xiao, of course, understood the danger. Even with the Mountain River Martial Soul's ability to analyze and calculate, it could not be foolproof. It could only increase the probability of success by 10 to 20%. He could still face death at any time. The most terrifying thing was that the energy was too strong, even exceeding the rules of the Moonlight Pagoda. Then he could be completely trapped here and unable to be teleported out. To put it simply, he would really die. Although Ling Xiao was a calm and collected person, he was able to remain calm at all times. At the same time, he was also a cautious person. Faced with such a choice between life and death, he really could not make up his mind. But now, no one could help him. Dai Yuling could not do it either. Dai Yuling's cultivation was too weak. If he placed his hopes on her, the two of them might die together in the end. Staring at the black ball of light, Ling Xiao fell into deep thought. This thing was really a double-edged sword. If he successfully swallowed it, he could obtain the ancient hell dragon's martial soul inheritance. Once he failed, his body could instantly shatter, and he would be separated from this world forever. After all, he was just a 14-year-old child. No one could protect him in a critical moment. If he said he would die, he would really die. Ling Xiao stood there, but his Mountain River martial soul was rapidly revolving. He was calculating the success rate. If an ordinary person swallowed a dragon soul, the success rate would be at most 1%. Therefore, most people who dared to do so would have their bodies exploded and died. Of course, there were still ways to increase the success rate. The best way was to have a powerful person by his side to protect him. This way, even if he failed, he would not die. Moreover, the success rate would increase by about 10%. Ling Xiao obviously did not have such good luck. If he took this thing outside and let the Moon Maiden protect him, then the Moon Maiden would be ambushed and killed, and he would also die an unnatural death. He was well aware of this matter. Therefore, choosing to swallow the ancient hell dragon's martial soul inheritance in the Moonlight Pagoda was the safest choice. Especially in a place like the fourth stage, it was even safer. The second way to increase the success rate was to use pills. This pill was called the Dragon Soul Pill. This pill was not of high quality. It could only be considered a low-grade, yellow-grade pill. This was because it only had one effect, which was to increase the success rate when swallowing a dragon soul. To most people, it was actually not useful. Otherwise, its quality might be even higher. To refine the Dragon Soul Pill, the other supplementary materials were easy to find. However, there was one thing that was extremely difficult to find. That was the Dragon Core or Dragon Pearl. It just so happened that Ling Xiao had this thing. Although his poison Dragon Pearl had consumed 1% of its energy, it could still be used to refine pills. Anyway, he still had a black Dragon Pearl. Refining pills was Ling Xiao's forte. The refining of the Dragon Soul Pill would probably not take much time. 15 minutes would be enough. And using the Dragon Soul Pill, the chance of increasing it was also 10%. If Ling Xiao could refine a perfect Dragon Soul Pill, this chance would increase by 20%. In this way, Ling Xiao's success rate would increase by a lot. There was another way, but this was only useful for Ling Xiao. That was the Mountain River Martial Soul's powerful analysis and calculation ability. This could also greatly increase the success rate. Chapter 590. Through the repeated analysis of the Mountain River Martial Spirit, the success rate of devouring could be increased by 20%. Adding the 10% of the Dragon Soul Pill, It was 30%. This success rate was already very high. If it were someone else, no one would be able to do it. In addition, Ling Xiao was someone with strong fire and water resistance. This success rate could be increased by another 10%. Adding it up, it was 50%. A 50% success rate sounded very high. However, the risks involved were still extremely great. It could be said that this was still gambling with one's life, fighting with heaven and earth for luck. If one was lucky, one could break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. From then on, one's cultivation would be smoother. If one was unlucky, one would instantly turn into dust, leaving nothing behind. However, even so what? If he didn't dare to try a 50% success rate, could he still be considered a man? He really couldn't give up just like that. Since he wasn't willing to give up, then he would completely grasp this opportunity. Since ancient times, the difference between the strong and the weak was often a choice at the critical moment. After a long silence, Ling Xiao made a decision. Let's go, Senior Sister Yuling. Follow me to the Myriad Thunder Extreme Ground and help me guard. The Myriad Thunder Extreme Ground was a relatively safe place. It was more stable to devour inside. Although Dai Yuling said that she couldn't help him much, she could still help him deal with some monsters that suddenly appeared. Although the probability of monsters appearing in the Myriad Thunder Extreme Ground was relatively low, this kind of thing, no one could be sure. It was better to be safe than sorry. With Dai Yuling's help, together with the 50% strength, half-step, heavenly venerable, extraordinary swordsman in the Book of Seals, and 30% strength, half-step, heavenly venerable Black Dragon King, they should be able to block it. Dai Yuling naturally nodded in agreement. She had already obtained the opportunity she needed. Next, it was time to repay the favor. After entering the Myriad Thunder Extreme Ground, Ling Xiao began to refine the Dragon Soul Pill. This was just a small matter to him. In less than 15 minutes, the Dragon Soul Pill was successfully refined. Then, he prepared everything and released the extraordinary swordsman Black Dragon King. He threw the immemorial Hell Dragon's soul ball into his mouth. What the mountain and river martial spirit could not transform, he had to rely on his own ability to transform. Ling Xiao shut his mouth as soon as the black ball of light entered his mouth. At this moment, he felt as though he had been thrown into the magma of purgatory. His entire body trembled in pain. His originally normal complexion had now turned ghastly pale, causing Dai Yuling, who was nearby, to feel extremely worried. However, Dai Yuling was also very clear. She couldn't help Ling Xiao with anything now. Everything could only depend on Ling Xiao's own efforts to overcome everything. No one knew whether he would be a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate or smashing his head against the Dragon Gate. Forcefully enduring the heart-wrenching pain, Ling Xiao tightly closed his eyes and used his soul power to observe his body. In the depths of the soul was the Spirit Sea. In the Spirit Sea, there was a world called the Mountain River World, which was the proportion of the Mountain River martial spirit in Ling Xiao's soul. The rest of the world was still filled with boundless soul power. Suddenly, a black ball of light appeared in this world. It released terrifying energy and rampaged in this world, attempting to disintegrate and take control of this world. This was just the performance of the Spirit Sea. At the same time, the black ball released terrifying black flames that followed Ling Xiao's meridians and poured into his martial veins. The terrifying heat attempted to turn Ling Xiao's body into ashes. Even with the protection of the Dragon Soul Pill, there was a ball of golden gas in his meridians that resisted the high temperature. However, there were still many black flames that seeped into Ling Xiao's meridians and martial veins. After being filtered by the Dragon Soul Pill, they became much weaker. However, even so, they still put a lot of pressure on his meridians and martial veins. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's body's resistance played a key role at this time. The damage was greatly reduced again. Otherwise, Ling Xiao's meridians would have been completely destroyed. However, after experiencing the battle between the two types of energy, Ling Xiao's meridians were constantly twitching. His martial veins also began to distort and deform. They were like plastic that had been burned. It was extremely strange. It was precisely because of the distortion of his meridians and martial veins that Ling Xiao felt such pain. In addition, the black ball of light in the spirit sea was wreaking havoc, causing Ling Xiao to feel even more pressure. This was a double oppression on his body and soul. The double blow was to destroy him and occupy his body and soul. At the crucial moment, Ling Xiao persisted in cultivating and displayed an unexpected and miraculous effect. The originally distorted and broken meridians began to recover and grow faster. Broken and reborn. Reborn and broken. Because of this, many of the rare flowers and herbs in Ling Xiao's mountain river world were used as nourishment. However, as long as he kept his life, it was the greatest victory for Ling Xiao. Without a sudden burst of power, Ling Xiao's meridians would be completely shattered. His true essence would not be able to circulate. At that time, the black flame would be even more destructive. What awaited him would only be death. But now, he was alive and living well. His body was finally free of problems. Although the pain still persisted, to Ling Xiao, this was already an in-progress result. Next, he would use all his strength to control the black ball of light. As long as he could control, that the violent energy could be truly controlled. Mountain River will. In the Spirit Sea, Ling Xiao added all his soul power to the Mountain River will, and then fiercely attacked the black ball. Kacha! A crack appeared on the ball, as if it had sensed danger, and was desperately trying to escape. But what was the use? This was Ling Xiao's Spirit Sea. No matter where the ball was, it was under his control. Continue attacking, one after another. The mountain river will continuously attack the black ball of light, causing more and more cracks to appear on the ball of light. With no way out, the ball of light began to crazily attack the Spirit Sea. This indeed caused a lot of trouble for Ling Xiao, causing Ling Xiao great pain. But seeing that success was imminent, how could Ling Xiao be afraid of this pain? Boom! Another ferocious will struck the ball of light, causing it to explode and emit a dazzling light. Shattered. The moment the ball of light shattered, the shadow of an immemorial hell dragon flew out, intending to escape. But at this point, how could Ling Xiao allow it to escape? He sent the shadow into the mountain river world. Then the immemorial golden dragon in the mountain river world stood up. On its gigantic body, there was a scale that shone with a strange light. The shadow of the immemorial hell dragon began to fight with the immemorial golden dragon. One was once one of the 9 great immemorial dragon kings, while the other was once the Desolation Dragon Emperor. Chapter 591. Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about what happened next. With the mountain river martial soul and the ancient golden dragon, taming the ancient hell dragon was only a matter of time. What he needed to do now was to quickly control the crazy energy in his body. After the ball exploded, it released a large amount of black hellfire. If he didn't guide it in time, even his recovery ability wouldn't be able to keep up. His soul power forcefully guided a wisp of black hellfire to circulate in Ling Xiao's body. Wherever it passed, the rest of the hellfire would be absorbed. The ancient hell dragon's energy that was scattered in all directions in Ling Xiao's body was being merged and needed step by step. When the last wisp of black hellfire merged, Ling Xiao discovered that his 9 martial veins had all turned into black true essence. Hellfire true essence. And this true essence looked very viscous, like black lava, whether it was density or quality, it was far superior to any true essence Ling Xiao had before. However, this newly formed true essence wasn't so obedient. After all, there were remnants of the ancient hell dragon's soul power mixed in. In order to obtain freedom, these guys became even more violent. Ling Xiao felt like his body was about to explode. There was actually a pain, like something was tearing him apart. Looking from the outside, Ling Xiao's body was actually cracked inch by inch, as if it was dry ground. The most terrifying thing was that the cracks weren't filled with blood, but with black lava. At this moment, Ling Xiao looked like a broken porcelain doll that had been glued together with something. A light touch would cause it to shatter completely. Dai Yuling, who was standing to the side, saw this scene and felt her heart ache. Actually, from the moment Ling Xiao helped her take revenge at the Yuehua school and took back her martial soul, she had started to have feelings for this boy. It was a pity that she had never expressed these feelings in person. She wasn't good at expressing her feelings. She just suppressed these feelings in the bottom of her heart and hoped that Ling Xiao would be well. Then she would be happy. At this moment, seeing Ling Xiao's miserable and painful appearance, she really wished she could exchange the two of them. She wanted to help, but just as she approached Ling Xiao, she was sent flying by the terrifying energy. Blood seeped out of her mouth. What's going on? Nothing can happen to you, Ling Xiao. Dai Yuling's eyes were already moist. However, at this moment, waves of energy fluctuations suddenly came from outside. Dai Yuling suddenly stood up, closed her eyes, and controlled the plants outside to check the situation. Only then did he realize that the steel battleship that was supposed to be in the 3rd level had actually appeared in the 4th level. Not only that, all the black spirits on the ship were attacking the land of absolute thunders, including the ancient boat king. Tantai Lingzi. Dai Yuling also saw a familiar figure. It was Tantai Lingzi. The woman didn't look like she was being controlled. She was very close to the ancient ship king, almost snuggling up to him, and they were talking and laughing. Because her cultivation was too low, Dai Yuling could only see this scene, but was unable to hear what they were saying. However, this wasn't important. What was important was that Ling Xiao was at a critical moment now. She absolutely couldn't let these people disturb Ling Xiao's devouring plan. Fortunately, the land of absolute thunder's defense was strong enough, according to the current situation. It could still hold on for about 15 minutes. If Ling Xiao hadn't finished devouring by then she could only fight with her life on the line. Anyway, at most, she would die. Whether it was being eliminated or real death, Dai Yuling was not afraid. Her mind was only filled with Ling Xiao. Protect Ling Xiao. Protect Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was dealing with the crisis in his body with all his strength. He didn't know the situation outside. Although his body was in danger of collapsing at any time, he still believed that the most dangerous moment was over. In fact, the moment he shattered that black light ball, it was tantamount to him winning. Although the following experience was incomparably painful because he had a goal, it wasn't that unbearable. Under the control of his powerful soul force, the restless hellfire true essence gradually calmed down, like a beast that was gradually being tamed. Ling Xiao's method of cultivating his soul force all along had huge returns at this moment. The originally violent aura quickly disappeared, and in its place was a warm and familiar feeling. The remnants of the ancient hell dragon's soul force in the black hellfire true essence had been completely eliminated. What was left was Ling Xiao's own soul force. Success. Dai Yuling happily discovered that Ling Xiao's body was beginning to heal, and it wasn't trembling like before. There was even a hint of a victorious smile on his face. Other than success, she couldn't think of anything else. As expected of Ling Xiao, in this kind of pain, he can still maintain his consciousness. If it was me, I definitely wouldn't be able to do it. Too amazing, too amazing. Dai Yuling finally understood why Ling Xiao would always walk in front of others, always one step ahead of others. Only by suffering the hardest can one rise above others. These words were too true. Although Ling Xiao's talent wasn't much, he was especially able to endure hardships and belong to the crazy type. There was simply no one like him. Bang! Suddenly, the thunderstorm at the foot of the mountain made a loud noise, and a huge crater was blasted out. Oh no! Myriad Thunderbolt's extreme land was about to collapse. The enemy's attack was too fierce. Although the thunderstorm hadn't been completely blasted open yet, at most 2 or 3 minutes later, this place would become a dangerous place. Let's go! Dai Yuling glanced at the Black Dragon King and the extraordinary swordsman and rushed down the mountain. She couldn't disturb Ling Xiao's cultivation. If the enemy rushed in, she would hold on for a while. Although the ancient ship king was very powerful and was a one-line sky expert, she had 2 half-step heavenly venerables on her side. In any case, they could hold on for a while. In addition to the powerful auxiliary ability of her new martial soul, she hoped that Ling Xiao could finish devouring the ancient hell dragon martial soul in this time. Boom! In the Mountain River world, the phantom of the ancient hell dragon was stepped on by the ancient golden dragon and completely lost its tyrannical aura. At the same time, the will of the Mountain River world madly poured in, replacing its own soul and merged with Ling Xiao's soul. From the outside, Ling Xiao was wrapped in a black light at this time, like a huge black cocoon. He believed that when the cocoon broke open, Ling Xiao would turn into a butterfly. At this time, in Ling Xiao's body, the repair and strengthening were going on at the same time. The black hellfire had previously messed up Lin Xiao's body. Now, it was cooperating with the heavenly dragon golden body to repair and strengthen Ling Xiao's damaged meridians, as well as his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. He believed that after this round of recovery and strengthening, the strength of Ling Xiao's body would be greatly enhanced. This would pave the way for him to advance to the heaven realm in the future. Many transcendent realm cultivators, at the final critical moment, died because their bodies weren't strong enough to open the one-line heaven. And this was no longer a problem for Ling Xiao. Chapter 592. Outside Ling Xiao's body, on the black light shield, as the energy continued to change, some cracks gradually appeared. Of course, this was a surprising crack. It meant that Ling Xiao was just a moment away from breaking out of the cocoon. Rumble! The whole mountain suddenly shook. It turned out that a fragment of the black light shield had fallen to the ground. This terrifying energy fragment, such a small fragment, actually brought about such a terrifying tremor. One could not imagine how terrifying it would be if all of it fell. Crack, crack, more and more cracks appeared, and the fragments began to fall, as if an eggshell was breaking, as if a new life was being nurtured inside. The mountain began to shake continuously, as if there was an earthquake. Fortunately, this was the extreme place of myriad thunders, which was protected by a naturally formed array. Otherwise, the mountain would probably have collapsed. Crack! Suddenly, the light shield cracked into 2 halves, revealing Ling Xiao, who was surrounded by black light. His clothes were all destroyed, but the surface of his body formed pieces of black and gold scales, which covered all the vital parts of his body. He slowly opened his eyes, which were originally pitch black, but there were black and gold flames burning in his eyes, and there were even 2 shadows of black divine dragons. At that moment, the color of his pupils was extremely strange, as if they were some kind of strange black hole which seemed to be able to suck in everything. However, the shadows of the black divine dragons only flashed by, and the black and gold flames gradually subsided. Other than his eyes turning black and gold, there were no other changes. There was not much difference between black and gold, but it was brighter, and there was a strange feeling to it. Obviously, after being tempered by the black hellfire, Ling Xiao, including his eyes, had undergone a special change. In this way, it seemed to be easier and more natural to use the power of the mountain river, martial soul. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, took out a set of clothes from the storage ring, and put them on. The black dragon scales had disappeared, and in their place was a skin that was as smooth as jade. His skin had actually regenerated once again, combining the earth spirit constitution, metal spirit constitution, fire spirit constitution, and water spirit constitution, together with the blood of the ancient hell dragon. He had created a new body. Well, let's call it the hell dragon constitution. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He was very satisfied with his current body. From the beginning to the end, the entire process lasted less than an hour. However, in this 1 hour, he had truly suffered a great deal of pain and suffering. Fortunately, he had put in a lot of effort, and he had finally reaped the rewards. Just as Ling Xiao was about to proceed to the next stage of cultivation, he suddenly frowned. His body suddenly flew out. Something had happened. He sensed a dangerous aura, as well as the aura of Dai Yuling's dying struggle. He didn't expect that someone would actually break into the 10,000 lightning extreme ground. At the foot of the mountain, corpses were everywhere. The dead bodies were all black spirits. However, at this moment, Dai Yuling was also seriously injured. She was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Moreover, Tantai Lingzi had used some kind of special secret scroll to trap her soul. If she was killed, she would die here instead of being eliminated. The lives of the Black Dragon King and the extraordinary swordsman were hanging by a thread. His opponent was too strong. The ancient ship king of the one-line sky realm was not a character to be trifled with. Dai Yuling, if you want to regret being Ling Xiao's friend. Ling Xiao doesn't need other women, or else my plan wouldn't be able to be carried out. Tantai Lingzi sneered. The huge phantom of the Spider Queen behind her was frightening. Numerous silk threads had already tied Dai Yuling up. If Dai Yuling hadn't relied on her newly acquired martial soul to prolong her life, she would have died long ago when facing the late-stage transcendent realm Tantai Lingzi. Even if I die, junior brother Ling will avenge me. A touch of sadness appeared on Dai Yuling's face. She wasn't afraid of death, but she hated herself for not being able to say those words. Farewell, junior brother Ling. Don't worry. Ling Xiao will die soon, and his body will become a powerful supplement to my life. Tantai Lingzi's beautiful face revealed a hideous and terrifying expression. Is that so? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded, as if it was right beside Tantai Lingzi. She looked back in horror, but she didn't see anyone. Where are you looking at? In midair, Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, and the golden dragon wings on his back became even more dazzling. With just a light tap, several rays of sword chi shot out. The silk threads that Tantai Lingzi was so proud of were easily severed, and she lost control of Dai Yuling. Ling Xiao! Dai Yuling cried tears of joy. Ling Xiao went over to check on Dai Yuling's condition and couldn't help but be furious. At this time, Dai Yuling was like a lamp that had run out of oil. If he hadn't arrived in time, he would have only seen a corpse. Tantai Lingzi, don't be afraid. With this senior here, killing him is as easy as killing a chicken for eggs. The ancient boat king had finished off the Black Dragon King and the Transcendent Saber Master and returned to Tantai Lingzi's side. His voice was full of disdain and strong confidence. Ling Xiao didn't even look at him. He just took out an elixir pill and stuffed it into Dai Yuling's mouth. Then he released a Black Dragon King. At this point, the number of uses of the Black Dragon King card had been used up. Now, Ling Xiao only had 2 chances to use it as a transcendent swordsman. However, it didn't matter. These things were originally auxiliary forces. He could use them when he needed them. There was no need to delay. Moreover, wasn't there a better target in front of him to seal? The ancient boat king, a celestial realm expert, was a celestial realm expert. Ling Xiao's pendant of justice was still in effect, so his cultivation was now on par with the ancient boat king. Of course, it was only in terms of cultivation. In terms of strength, Ling Xiao never thought that an enemy of the same realm would be his match. Black Dragon King, protect her. After Ling Xiao released the Black Dragon King, he gave the order. Here, except for the ancient boat king, no one was a match for the Black Dragon King in his black dragon form. Therefore, he could rest assured. Bastard, how dare you ignore me? Seeing Ling Xiao's attitude, the ancient boat king was furious. Whoosh! Leaping from Tantai Lingzi's side, the ancient boat king turned into a ray of black light. It was as fast as a black feather arrow and went straight for Ling Xiao. Ancient Hell Dragon Martial Soul. You're Ling Xiao's first ancient Hell Dragon Martial Soul. Don't let me down today. Ling Xiao slowly clenched his fist, then raised his head slightly and looked at the ancient boat king, who was coming at him like lightning. In his eyes, the black and golden flames burned again. At the same time, the ancient hell dragon's shadow slowly appeared behind him. Die! Ling Xiao spat out a word and then punched out with both fists. Roar! A dragon roar was heard. 9 Meridian's Chi Sword, second form, Hell Dragon Sword. The 9 Chi swords condensed into one. The original golden color turned black and golden. On the Chi sword, there was a black divine dragon shadow burning. Chapter 593. After going through so much training, Ling Xiao finally comprehended the second style. If the first style was a large-scale attack, then the second style was a one-on-one attack. The Chi sword wrapped in the shadow of a black dragon instantly pierced through the void and pierced the ancient boat king that was pouncing over. Boom! A huge roar sounded. The giant sword pierced through all the defenses of the ancient ship king and penetrated its body. Then, the black flame spread out, exuding a terrifying heat. In the blink of an eye, all that was left of the ancient boat king was a pile of charred charcoal and a remnant soul. Seal. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't let the ancient ship king escape. He instantly sealed it on a blank seal card. First level of the celestial realm, 1-line sky realm, 1 use. Only 1 use? Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seemed that in every super realm, only the top monsters could use it 3 times. For example, a half-step Empyrean of the Transcendent Realm and a half-step World King of the Celestial Realm. However, 1 use was good enough. After all, it was a Celestial Realm powerhouse. Before Ling Xiao reached the Celestial Realm, it could serve as the strongest combat force. The primordial dragon soul is really extraordinary. Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise a few times, and then withdrew his attack. After killing the ancient ship king, the black flame spread out and was constantly devouring the lives of the black spirits. There was no lack of half-step Empyreans among them. Anyway, Ling Xiao now had to take advantage of the time when the pendant of justice was still in effect to quickly solve the problem. Otherwise, once the effect disappeared, even if he faced a half-step Empyrean, it would be very troublesome. Unfortunately, it seems that it can't merge with the Hellfire true essence. After the true essence is consumed, it can't be replenished. Looks like I have to continue. In this attack, Ling Xiao not only witnessed the terror of the primordial dragon soul, but also realized his current problem. However, this matter wasn't urgent. First, he had to deal with the vicious woman, Tantai Lingzi. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Tantai Lingzi. He already had the intention to kill and had the means to truly kill Tantai Lingzi here. But when he looked up, he saw that the woman's corpse was already burning in black flames. Suicide? Ling Xiao was stunned. This woman was really cunning. She knew that Ling Xiao would not let her go, so she chose to be eliminated. This way, she could save her life. Humph. So what if you've escaped from the Moonlight Pagoda? When I get out, I'll still take your life. Ling Xiao snorted and ignored the woman. Instead, he went back to check on Dai Yuling. Moonlight Pagoda, Inner Court Plaza. Whoosh. Another figure was thrown out. It was a woman. It was Tantai Lingzi. Although her condition had recovered to its peak, her complexion did not look good, as if she had been frightened. Tantai Lingzi, Senior Sister Tantai, the last ray of hope for Yuehua School. Tantai Lingzi was a little confused when she came out. That was because she felt like a hero who was being treated like a moon surrounded by a myriad of stars. The higher-ups, who usually treated her coldly, were now looking at her with great kindness. Tantai, I intend to accept you as a disciple. Are you willing to accept? Sect Master Chong, Yueying suddenly asked. Sect Master, didn't you say that you don't want to accept disciples? Last time, Ling Xiao wanted to be your disciple, but you refused. Why are you taking the initiative to accept a disciple this time? Wang Han Tianzuan asked in astonishment. Chong, Yueying smiled awkwardly and said, You all know why I don't accept disciples. I don't accept male disciples, but female disciples are still acceptable. Humph, you just don't think much of Ling Xiao's aptitude. Yuan Venerate snorted and secretly transmitted his voice to Yang Danlin. Although no one dared to say this openly, this was probably the real reason. Everything else was secondary. As the sect master of Yuehua School, how could Chong Yueying not be willing to accept disciples? However, as the sect master, if she wanted to accept a disciple, she would accept the most outstanding one. Tantai Lingzi's aptitude was outstanding, and the results of the pagoda ascension ceremony were also very outstanding. She would regret it if she missed this opportunity. Although many other people also had the idea of accepting Tantai Lingzi as a disciple, Chong Yueying had beaten them to it. Disciple is willing. Tantai Lingzi naturally felt that there were many benefits to becoming a disciple. Of course, the most important thing was that she knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't let her off. However, as long as she became Sect Master Chong, Yueying's disciple, then Ling Xiao wouldn't dare lay a hand on her. Therefore, Tantai Lingzi was very happy that Chong Yueying had extended a helping hand. This was simply a timely help. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation was obviously inferior to hers, he should have some kind of treasure in his hands to be able to kill the ancient ship monarch. However, for some reason, she still felt afraid of Ling Xiao. That fellow was simply inhumanly strong. Furthermore, his cultivation speed was too terrifying. It might only be a matter of time before he surpassed her. Ha ha ha. Good. Good. I really have to congratulate Sect Master for accepting such a good disciple. She actually persisted in the pagoda ascension ceremony for 11 days. I'm afraid that the things she obtained won't be worse than Sect Master's. Really good. Sect Master Chong Yueli was filled with jealousy and jealousy. These words were meant to praise Tantai Lingzi, but at the same time, there was also a strong sense of jealousy, because she also wanted to accept Tantai Lingzi. After all, the disciple she had high hopes for, Bai Feifei, had been eliminated too early. Reporting to Sect Master, Tantai Lingzi's final results have been released. At this moment, a golden light shot out from the Moonlight Pagoda. Chong Yueying stretched out her hand, and the golden light immediately fell into her hand. Final result, entering the 4th stage. Hee hee, not bad, not bad. Chong Yueying was overjoyed. obtained 2,000 moonlight points. 200 points more than Lung Hao. Good, very good. Looking at your cultivation, it seems that you have also broken through, right? I dare not hide it from Master. When Disciple entered, Disciple was at the peak of the Transcendent Realm 8th level. Now, Disciple is at the late stage of the Transcendent Realm 9th level. What? As soon as Tantai Lingzi's voice fell, everyone was shocked. To be able to make such a big breakthrough at the peak of the Transcendent Realm 8th level. This was too amazing. Good, very good. Where are the things you obtained? Chang Yueying was even more overjoyed, while the rest of the higher-ups were filled with regret. Tantai Lingzi's results were actually so good. If they had known, they would have accepted her as a disciple earlier. Now that the sect master had beaten them to it, they no longer had a chance. However, the results that Tantai Lingzi gave next made them even more regretful and jealous. 3 immortal grade artifacts, 4 sets of gold grade martial arts techniques, 10 treasure grade artifacts, 9 sets of gold grade martial arts techniques. In addition to these, what shocked everyone even more was that Tantai Lingzi actually obtained a divine grade artifact. Although she did not have much more moonlight points than Lung Hao, the things she obtained far exceeded his. Chapter 594. Everyone present had seen Tantai Lingzi's dazzling results. However, no one knew that Tantai Lingzi had exchanged her virginity for those things. The ancient boat king had become the guy who had taken her virginity. Tantai Lingzi originally had a long-term plan. These things were given to her by the ancient boat king to strengthen her position in the Yuehua school. This way, it would be easier to complete the Black Spirit's plan in the future. It was a pity that the ancient boat king was short-lived and died in the hands of Ling Xiao. As a result, the plan was forcibly interrupted. These things could only be used to save her life. Tantai, your performance is really amazing. Even in the last 100,000 years, your results are definitely the best. You should be proud of it. Chang Yueying was grinning from ear to ear. Although no one had ever entered the 4th level in 100,000 years, due to various factors, some early warriors could obtain very generous rewards when they entered the 3rd level or even the 2nd level. However, as time passed, these rewards became less and less valuable. After all, no matter how powerful the Moonlight Fairy was, it was impossible for her to create treasures out of thin air. Those things were collected by her and belonged to non-renewable resources. Therefore, they became fewer and fewer in the future. Even so, Tantai Lingzi's results this time were too outstanding. Especially the items she obtained, they were definitely the best in the last 100,000 years. Hearing Chang Yueying's words, everyone in the Yuehua school was a little excited. After all, the better the disciples' performance, the stronger the Yuehua school would be in the future. With a disciple like Tantai Lingzi, why would they worry about the revival of the Yuehua school? However, the surrounding people were unusually excited and shocked. Unfortunately, Tantai Lingzi, who was praised by everyone, had a huge worry in her heart. Ling Xiao had almost become a demon in her heart. Tantai, from now on, you are the most outstanding disciple in the Yuehua school. Whatever you need, the sect will fully assist you. This is also what you deserve after obtaining 1st place in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony and breaking the record. No one dared to object to Chang Yueying's announcement. Even if they objected, there was no reason to do so because no one had a better result than Tantai Lingzi. Although Tantai Lingzi had only just taken Tantai Lingzi in as her disciple, she felt that Tantai Lingzi's achievements were merely flattering. Sect Master, it's a little too early to say that. Suddenly, a discordant voice sounded. The one who spoke was Yang Danlin. As soon as he left the province, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Although many people respected him, they still felt that it was inappropriate for him to say this when everyone was happy. Therefore, some people were confused. Some people were a little dissatisfied. You don't have to look at me. Don't forget that there are still 2 people in the Moonlight Pagoda. You said that Tantai Lingzi broke the record that only appeared once in 100,000 years. I admit that, but you said that she was the first in the pagoda ascension ceremony. That's too arbitrary. Although Yang Danlin's cultivation was not good, she still wanted to fight for Ling Xiao. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but come to a sudden realization. Because they were too happy and concerned about Tantai Lingzi, they actually forgot that there were 2 other people in the pagoda. Although these 2 people were really insignificant in the Yuehua school, they were still disciples of the Yuehua school for the time being. Haha, old Hall Master Yang. Although the length of time will affect the final result, it is not decisive. With Ling Xiao and Dai Yuling's aptitude and strength, it's impossible for them to surpass Tantai Lingzi's result. The flame deity waved her hand and said, "That's right. This old woman thinks so too." The sect master Chang Yueli also nodded. "That's right. Didn't Lung Hao also enter the 4th stage? But the things he obtained were far less than Tantai Lingzi's." Elder Jean chimed in. Most of the others had the same thought. Whether Ling Xiao and Dai Yuling were still alive was still a question. How could they surpass Tantai Lingzi? How could that be possible? When Tantai Lingzi entered the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda, she was already a peak Transcendent Realm 8th level cultivator. When Ling Xiao entered, he was only an early Transcendent Realm 6th level cultivator. Dai Yuling was even worse, only at the Transcendent Realm 3rd level. How could they obtain more points than Tantai Lingzi? All right, stop arguing. We'll know the specific situation when they come out. Chang Yueying's expression wasn't very good. She had almost ignored the 2 people just now, but after being reminded by Yang Danlin, she had a bad feeling in her heart. Let's not talk about Dai Yuling first. However, this Ling Xiao was always able to do unexpected things. When he dealt with the Plague Demon King, who would have thought that he would be the one who obtained the most points? Thinking of this, she looked at Tantai Lingzi and asked, "Tantai, did you see Ling Xiao and Dai Yuling inside? Are they still alive?" When she asked this question, many people became nervous. Elder Jean, Sect Master Chang Yueli, the Flame Deity, and the others all had gloomy expressions. They had always thought that if it weren't for Ling Xiao, their people and disciples would have obtained better results. Thinking of the strange things that happened in the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda before, they also felt that things might not be so simple in this pagoda ascension ceremony. Although the disciples were eliminated very quickly at the beginning, there were actually so many people who entered the 3rd stage. This had never happened before. What surprised them even more was that there were actually 5 people who had entered the 4th stage. One had to know that for 100,000 years, the 4th stage had always been closed off, and no one had even found the entrance to the 4th stage. These things were too strange. They didn't expect Tantai Lingzi to know much, but if she could tell them a little, it would make them a little clearer in their hearts. Reporting to honored master and elders, the reason this disciple was eliminated was actually because of Ling Xiao and Dai Yuling. When Tantai Lingzi thought of this matter, she felt depressed. She originally intended to borrow the power of the Black Spirit Organization to kill Ling Xiao and Dai Yuling. It was a real kill. However, she didn't expect that Ling Xiao actually obtained some treasure and became so powerful that the dignified ancient boat king was actually killed in one move. She had no choice but to commit suicide to escape. When everyone heard Tantai Lingzi's words, They all looked at each other in shock. It was actually Ling Xiao again. This time, Dai Yuling was involved. Could it be that by Fei Fei and the others were all right? This Ling Xiao colluded with Dai Yuling, Long Hao, and Shangguan Lei, and then slaughtered the rest of the disciples, causing them to be eliminated. Oh, this is very surprising. It's actually that unremarkable outer sect disciple. In the crowd, the head of the core disciples, Run Xingtian, sneered. This result was truly out of his expectations. The inner sect disciples that he thought most highly of, and the ones who could compete with him, were actually Ming Tian and Tantai Lingzi. Chapter 5, 95. Humph! Yu Run, who was ranked third among the core disciples, also snorted coldly. He could not accept this result. He could accept it if it was Ming Tian, Long Hao, Tantai Lingzi, or even by Fei Fei who took the first place. After all, Ming Tian and Long Hao were peerless geniuses. Tantai Lingzi and Bai Fei were both powerful. But who did this Ling Xiao think he was? How could he have such a good opportunity? Yuren always looked amiable, but he was extremely narrow-minded and arrogant. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. If Ling Xiao took the first place, it would be equivalent to a beggar becoming the top scholar. How could he accept that? What happened? Tell me in detail. Chen Jiwang's expression was somewhat cold. Obviously, she was most afraid of being slapped in the face by Ling Xiao after accepting Tantai Lingzi as her disciple. She did not accept Ling Xiao because Ling Xiao's aptitude was not good. If Ling Xiao crushed the rest and took the first place in the pagoda ascension ceremony, how could she accept it? Tantai Lingzi nodded and began to fabricate a story that she thought was flawless. In the story, the person who colluded with the Black Spirit Organization was no longer her, but Ling Xiao. What? Ling Xiao colluded with the Black Spirit Organization? No wonder he could achieve such good results. It turns out that this kid is so rebellious. In the sect, only the supreme sect leader, the current sect leader, and the head of the law enforcement hall knew a little about the Black Spirit Organization. The three of them flew into a rage when they heard this. Go on, Chen Jiwang said with a gloomy face. Not only that, Ling Xiao colluded with the Black Spirit Organization and said that he could really kill me in the Moonlight Pagoda instead of eliminating me. Tantai Lingzi continued. They seemed to have used some kind of secret technique scroll. When I saw that the situation was not good, I could only kill myself and be eliminated. If it weren't for them, I would have had a bigger harvest. This woman was completely making a fool out of herself. She had grafted her evil deeds onto Ling Xiao. She was simply shameless. However, her acting skills were really good. She cried as she spoke, which won the sympathy of most of the people in the sect. Even Heavenly Master Goldenlight and Wang Han Tianzuan were silent. They also felt that if Ling Xiao really did such a thing, then even they would not protect Ling Xiao. Bastard, Yang Danlin, this is the disciple you've raised. Not only did you harm your fellow disciples, you even colluded with He Ling, who almost destroyed the entire profound world. This is a heinous crime. Elder Jean roared at Yang Danlin, unable to restrain his anger. Expelled from the sect, the flame deity also said coldly, I implore the sect leader to give the order right now to expel Ling Xiao from the sect. Expelled from the sect. Expelled from the sect. Most of the disciples in the crowd followed suit and shouted. It was as if Ling Xiao really did those heinous things and did not even want to give Ling Xiao a chance to explain. The flame deity had thought it through. If Ling Xiao was expelled from the sect, then he would no longer be a disciple of the Yuehua school. In this way, he could deal with Ling Xiao in any way he wanted to deal with Ling Xiao. The reason why this child was able to grow until now was because he had underestimated this guy too much. This time, he would definitely not let him go. Silence. Chang Yueing was also calculating in her heart that the disciple she accepted must be the most outstanding. However, if Ling Xiao and Dai Yuling were still alive, it would definitely not be possible. Then, it was not impossible to expel Ling Xiao from the sect now. What's more, thinking about it carefully, Ling Xiao was simply evil. In the first round, many people were eliminated by him. After that, he even harmed Ming Tian, Bai Feifei, Wu Yang, Qin Wu, Tantai Lingzi, and a large number of others. If it was not for Ling Xiao, these people's results might have been even better. How could they be eliminated so easily? This child had committed such a grave mistake. Even if she expelled him from the sect, it would definitely be reasonable. Even the Moon Maiden would not be able to stop her. Thinking of this, Chang Yueing slowly said, "My Yuehua school is one of the 12 sects of the human race's sacred dynasty. Although we have never claimed to be a righteous sect, we have always done things in an open and honorable manner. I never expected that such a heinous traitor would appear today." Sect Master, you're right. Ling Xiao must have been sent by the other sects to infiltrate the Yuehua school and deliberately cause trouble. Leaving him alive will only make the Yuehua school's reputation worse. Sect Master Chang Yueli nodded with a smile. And that Dai Yuling and Shang Guanlei, they actually colluded with Ling Xiao. Their crimes are heinous. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. These people must all be expelled from the sect. Of course, before that, their cultivation must be crippled to prevent them from harming the world after they leave. The flame deity snorted coldly. Sect Master, just give the order. Even Yang Danlin has nothing to say today. This child colluded with the Black Spirit Organization. Just this alone is a capital offense. Elder Jean also said loudly, "That's right, a capital offense. A capital offense." That was why it was said that a person who was not envied was mediocre. Ling Zhao's performance was too eye-catching and dazzling. As an outer sect disciple, his performance was actually better than all the inner sect disciples. What would the inner sect disciples think? At this time, most of them would naturally want to add insult to injury. Ha 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 ha, after so many years, I never thought that the higher-ups of the Yuehua school would still be so shameless. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from afar. Then, a black shadow descended from the sky. This person was dressed in black, and his cultivation was extremely terrifying. A Grotto Heaven State powerhouse. Sect Master Chang Yue Li stood up abruptly and looked extremely nervous. "Who are you? Why have you come to the Yuehua school?" Sect Master Chang Yue Li's memory is not very good. "You and I are old acquaintances. Why can't you recognize me now?" The man in black sneered. "Wu Xiang. Oh my God, isn't this guy Wu Xiang an outer sect disciple? He used to be the weakest outer sect disciple. I think he used to live in the same place as Ling Xiao. How did he become so powerful?" Finally, someone in the outer sect recognized the person who had come. That's right, this was Wu Xiang, who had faked his death. Now that his cultivation had fully recovered, he had finally returned. "It's you!" Sect Master Chang Yue Li's face darkened when she heard the name Wu Xiang. She thought of something in the past. Many years ago, there was an extremely outstanding young genius in the Yuehua school. His name was Wu Xiang. In just 2 years, he had cultivated from the transcendent state to the Grotto Heaven state. He was regarded as the Yuehua school's greatest hope. At that time, Chang Yue Li, who was the sect master, also had a male disciple who was about the same age as Wu Xiang. This male disciple used to be much more powerful than Wu Xiang and was regarded as the Yuehua school's hope. However, because Wu Xiang surpassed him, he fell from grace and even caused trouble for Wu Xiang many times. Finally, because of this person's disturbance, Wu Xiang's cultivation went berserk, and he killed this person in a fit of rage. In the end, the higher-ups of the Yuehua school crippled Wu Xiang's cultivation and threw him into the outer sect. Chapter 596. The higher-ups of Yuehua school thought that they had crippled Wu Xiang's cultivation. Novel, but they didn't know that Wu Xiang had cut off his demon heart. The cultivation they crippled was only a small part of Wu Xiang's strength. It seems that the Grand Master has recognized me? Wu Xiang sneered. In the past, your disciple targeted me everywhere. He even attacked me when I was at a critical moment in my cultivation, causing me to go berserk. I killed him in a fit of anger, but you didn't do any investigation or trial. You just crippled my cultivation and threw me into the outer sect. If it weren't for Junior Brother Ling, I'm afraid my corpse would have been exposed in the wilderness. What do you want to do today? Chang Yueli asked coldly. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. Sect Master. He then looked at Chang Yueying and said, before the matter is investigated clearly, it's not good to jump to conclusions. It's better to wait for those two people to come out before making a decision. What right do you have? Before Elder Jean could finish his words, someone suddenly grabbed him by the neck. Wu Xiang was too terrifying. A Grotto Heaven realm martial artist was too powerful. Just based on this, what about it? Wu Xiang said coldly, Senior Brother Wu, let Elder Jean go. I'll listen to you and wait for Ling Xiao and Dai Yuling to come out before making a decision. But if they really do such a thing, even if Senior Brother Wu stops us, we won't be merciful. Chang Yueying didn't want to fight with Wu Xiang now, not to mention a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. At this time, even if he only fought with a Celestial Realm martial artist, the Yuehua school would definitely suffer a great loss. What's more, Wu Xiang was right. It was obviously against the rules to jump to conclusions before everything was clear. Whoosh! At this moment, the Moonlight Pagoda flashed again and threw out a figure. Catch her! The flame deity shouted because he saw clearly that it was Dai Yuling who came out. Dai Yuling's injuries were too serious. She definitely couldn't recover in the Moonlight Pagoda. So Ling Xiao could only help her remove the effect of the secret technique scroll, and then watch her be eliminated. But it didn't matter. Dai Yuling's opportunity, this time, was already top-notch. It definitely wouldn't be less than Tantai Lingzi. Even if she was eliminated, it was enough to be proud. Let's see who dares. Wu Xiang's figure flashed and appeared beside Dai Yuling. Junior sister, do you recognize me? Senior brother, Wu. It's good, that's good. Wu Xiang asked. Yuling, Dai Yuling said with a smile, I was plotted against by Tantai, Lingzi. I can't survive in there. I can only be eliminated. How dare you slander the disciple of the sect master like this? Who taught you to say that? Is it Ling Xiao? The sect master said, angrily. Sect master, I'm just telling the truth. Can I tell the truth? In Yuehua school? Dai Yuling said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone. Bastard, I heard from Tantai that the ancient boat king is a celestial realm expert. How can Ling Xiao kill him? If you're not lying, then what are you? Elder Jean also said immediately. Elder Jean probably doesn't know that there are many treasures in the 4th level. One of them is called the Pendant of Justice. Unfortunately, it's a high-quality imitation and can only be used for 2 hours. However, it's enough for Ling Xiao to deal with the ancient boat king. Dai Yuling said with a smile. You mean the imitation of the Pendant of Justice used by law enforcement, Celestial Venerable, one of the 12 human immortals? Chang Yueying asked. That's right. You probably don't know how big the opportunity is in the 4th level. Ling Xiao will definitely surprise all of you when he comes out this time. Dai Yuling replied with a smile. What about you? How are your results? As soon as Chang Jiwang asked this question, a golden light shot out from the Moonlight Pagoda and landed in her hand. You've completed the 4th level's great opportunity. You've obtained 3,000 Moonlight points. 3,000 points. That's too much. It's 1,000 points more than Tantai Lingzi. Tantai Lingzi's results were already shocking enough. They didn't expect Dai Yuling's results to be better than hers. Chang Jiwang continued to look, and her expression changed drastically. You've actually obtained so many benefits. 10 immortal grade artifacts, 8 sets of gold grade martial arts, 50 precious grade artifacts, 100 sets of gold grade superior grade martial arts. In addition, there are 2 divine grade artifacts and a set of jade grade entry-level martial arts. Heavens, I've actually obtained a jade grade martial arts. Even if it's just an entry-level jade grade martial arts, it's still too shocking. One must know that there are only 3 sets of jade grade martial arts in the entire Yuehua school. Only the head teacher and the head teacher of the law enforcement hall are qualified to cultivate them. The rest are not qualified, unless they have the head teacher's permission. Now, Dai Yuling actually brought back a martial arts of this level. This is too heaven-defying. The record that Tantai Lingzi had just set was broken by Dai Yuling so easily. Colluding with the Black Spirit Organization to obtain such a result is disgraceful. Elder Jean snorted coldly. Elder Jean, as the head teacher of the law enforcement hall, aren't you being too biased towards Tantai Lingzi? She's the one who accused us first. It's obvious that she colluded with the Black Spirit Organization to kill us. Now, she's framing me and Ling Xiao. Dai Yuling said coldly, once the truth is out, I'm afraid you won't be able to show your face anymore. Ha 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 ha, Junior Sister Yuling, you're wrong. That old thing has no face at all. He's not afraid of losing face. Wu Xiang laughed loudly. Elder Jean was fuming with anger, but he couldn't do anything to Wu Xiang. Wu Xiang was stronger than him. In the entire Yuehua school, only the highest headmaster was a Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouse. Even the current headmaster was only a half-step world king. There was still a considerable distance between him and the Grotto Heaven Realm. Thus, provoking Wu Xiang could lead to the destruction of the entire Yuehua school. Elder Jin's cultivation was inferior to Chang Yueying's. He naturally didn't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, Wu Xiang could crush him with a single finger. Enough, there's no need to argue. Once Ling Xiao comes out, everything will be clear. Chang Yueying coldly glanced at Wu Xiang. Although her cultivation was inferior to Wu Xiang's, she was the Yuehua school's headmaster. She had the qualifications to use the sect's treasure. Combined with that treasure, she was confident that she could kill Wu Xiang. Within the Mountain River world, everything was a vast expanse of whiteness. The sky was silvery white. Looking up, it was as if one was in a desolate, starry sky. The only thing one could see was a snow-white palace. That whiteness seemed to be draped in a layer of pure white gauze. It also seemed to be covered in moonlight, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. What is this place? Why am I here? Ling Xiao was completely stunned. Chapter 597. Facing an unfamiliar place, Ling Xiao fell into a state of sluggishness. He remembered that after killing the ancient ship king and eliminating all the dark spirits, he helped Dai Yuling remove the soul-binding effect of the secret scroll. Then, before he could react, a white light shrouded him, and he appeared here. He thought he was eliminated, but it was clear that this was not the outside of the Moonlight Pagoda, but a brand new place. At the same time, he heard a cold voice in his ear. There's only one person left. Senior Sister Yuling was still eliminated. Ling Xiao shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. He began to pay attention to the White Palace because it was the only place that was special in the entire barren, starry sky. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind, and the voice asked him to go over. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and walked over. Since he was already here, what was there to be afraid of? No matter how difficult it was, he could survive. At worst, he would just be eliminated. The palace was beautiful. The furnishings in the palace were even more beautiful. In the tall palace, there was a fresh and refined woman and a snow-white rabbit. The woman was lying on the ground barefoot, feeding the rabbit. When she saw Ling Xiao coming in, she smiled and waved at him. "Come here, don't be afraid." "May I ask who this senior is?" Although Ling Xiao could not feel any malice from this woman, he was still very careful. "Moonlight Heavenly Maiden. Well, that's what others call me. Of course, I also have my own name. Changgu." Thump. Ling Xiao's heart beat violently. He really did not expect that he would be lucky enough to meet the founder of the Yuehua school. This made him excited, and a little scared. "Greetings, ancestral grandmother." Ling Xiao bowed. "That's too unpleasant. You should be like others and call me Your Highness Heavenly Maiden." Changgu waved her hand. "Your Highness Heavenly Maiden, did you summon me here just now? Where is this place?" Ling Xiao asked. "First, you obtained the Dragon Soul inheritance of the ancient Hell Dragon. Secondly, he killed the ancient Ship King and Black Spirit from the Black Spirit organization. The third person would be the one who persisted until the end. Fourth, the matter of the Land of Dragons was resolved. It's been about 100,000 years. You're the only one who's managed to do all four of these things. That's why you're qualified to enter the hidden trial grounds. It can also be called the fifth stage." Changgu replied with a smile. "Her Highness shouldn't be a real person, right?" Ling Xiao asked. "Ha, your eyesight is really not bad." "That's right. The one left in the Moonlight Pagoda is only a clone of mine. My original body is fighting alongside the human king. As for where exactly it is, even this clone of mine does not know." Changgu sighed and said, "Alas, it's been too long. It's been too long since someone came to accompany me." Hearing up to here, Ling Xiao could not help but shudder. "Sister, you're indeed very beautiful, but I still have a lot of things to do. I can't stay here and accompany you all the time." Changgu seemed to have seen through Ling Xiao's thoughts. She smiled and said, "You don't have to worry. After opening the fifth stage, my clone's mission can be considered completed. It's time to look for my original body. But before that, I'll give you the reward first." "Reward?" Ling Xiao liked to hear this the most. "Now, you've obtained a total of more than 10,000 moonlight points. This number is more than all the previous disciples." Changgu said with a smile. "In addition, you've entered the fifth stage, which itself has set a new record. So, you can obtain 5 rewards. Listen carefully." "Yes, 5 rewards." Ling Xiao was secretly delighted, but his face was still very respectful as he listened carefully to Chang Ji's words. "Firstly, you can use your moonlight points to exchange for martial arts below Jade grade and magic treasures below Divine grade. There is no limit to the number of items you can exchange until you run out of points. By the way, other people don't have this qualification. Their moonlight points can only be used to exchange for gold grade martial arts and immortal grade treasures at most. Second, you can choose one of the martial arts to evolve. Of course, I can tell you the evolution method. You can use your moonlight points to buy the materials needed, or you can find them yourself. Third, you can have a moonlight token. With this token, it's like the Moonlight Fairy is here in person. Even the sect master of Yuehua school has to listen to you. Fourth, you can ask me for 3 wishes. As long as it's within my ability, I'll help you fulfill them. The first wish is free, and the other 2 require moonlight points. Fifth, you can ask me for 3 questions. This is free, so don't worry. This is too rich. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Originally, the disciples who participated in the pagoda ascension ceremony, regardless of their results, would only be able to obtain the first reward, which was to exchange for martial arts and magic treasures. Moreover, it was only limited to gold grade martial arts and treasures below celestial grade. But Ling Xiao was different. He actually received 5 rewards, and he could exchange for jade grade martial arts and magic treasures. The other 4 rewards all made his eyelids twitch, especially the 3rd reward, which was actually a moonlight token. Didn't that mean that he, who entered the 5th stage, was the one who the moonlight fairy thought was most suitable to inherit the Yuehua school? Forget it. I don't want to think so much. With such a good opportunity, I'd better get the 5 rewards first. For the first reward, he had to understand the relationship between moonlight points and the rewards. Gold grade martial arts, 400 moonlight points per set. Celestial grade treasures, 500 moonlight points per set. You can choose freely. Jade grade entry-level martial arts, 2,000 moonlight points per set. Divine grade treasures, 2,500 moonlight points per set. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in martial arts below the gold level. Therefore, he was only interested in those that were above the gold level, and those that he could exchange for. The precious jade grade martial art required 10,000 moonlight points. In other words, Ling Xiao couldn't do anything else after exchanging for a martial art of this level, so he wouldn't choose it. Moreover, there was no need for jade grade martial arts at all. Even if he got it, he probably wouldn't be able to cultivate it. If he exchanged for it, it would only be a moon in the mirror. It would be meaningless if he couldn't touch it. His goal was jade grade entry-level martial arts. He would put this exchange aside first. He had to choose carefully later. He looked at Chang'e and said, "If I want to evolve, how many moonlight points do I need?" His Hellfire quintessential essence was of a different grade from the Hellfire quintessential essence in his body, so he couldn't cultivate it. This was a big problem that had to be solved immediately. Let me see. Chang'e closed her eyes. and a ray of light shot into Ling Zhao's body from her glabella. She was indeed an expert. Just a ray of quintessential essence could condense into real moonlight, and this moonlight seemed to be able to detect Ling Zhao's body condition. The secret of the mountain river martial soul probably couldn't be hidden from this woman, but it didn't seem like there was a need to hide it. As a martial artist from 100,000 years ago, the Moonlight Fairy probably only had respect for the mountain river martial soul, not greed at all. Chapter 598. You don't need moonlight points. You've obtained the ancient hell dragon's dragon soul and transformed it into your own martial soul, but you haven't really used it. I can tell you the method, and you can evolve it yourself. You'll have to suffer a little, but the success rate is still very high. Novel, La, Chang'e replied. Thank you. Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that the problem he had been struggling with would be solved so easily. It seemed that this was the so-called, after suffering, the good times come. From the first to the fourth level, he had experienced a lot of danger and pain. Finally, he had reached this step. It was time to steadily harvest the fruits of victory. You're welcome. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll evolve this martial art for you for free. Anyway, you have the materials. Chang'e smiled. Thank you very much, Your Highness. After speaking, Ling Xiao felt a ray of moonlight enveloping him. Then, the 4-petal golden lotus formed by the 12 golden lotus arts in his body began to change slowly. Not only did it become much bigger, but it also became more dazzling. After a long time, Ling Xiao felt that he had a close connection with the mountain river martial soul. The golden lotus that was originally in the martial vein appeared in the mountain river world. The huge golden lotus had a diameter of 4 to 5 meters. Not only that, there were 9 strange pools near the golden lotus. 8 of the pools were frozen, and there was no movement. One of the pools had opened, and Ling Xiao's ancient hell dragon martial soul was inside. He looked at Chang Gu in surprise, not understanding what this meant. In the Great Desolation Era, there were 9 ancient hell dragon souls. Actually, every one of them could evolve a martial art. I've now sealed the evolution method in your mountain river martial soul. When you find the other dragon souls, you can open it and evolve it on your own. Chang Gu explained with a smile, each type of immemorial dragon soul can upgrade your martial arts by 1 grade, reaching the level that suits you best. Your martial arts were originally gold grade martial arts, but after evolving, it's now jade grade entry-level martial arts. Originally, it could still continue to grow, but with your current cultivation, you won't be able to cultivate it anymore. Therefore, after your cultivation increases, it will continue to grow until it reaches the peak of the jade grade. That's not right. Aren't martial arts only divided into gold grade, jade grade, immortal grade, and divine grade? But the 9 great dragon souls were able to raise my cultivation level by 9 grades. This is very strange. Ling Xiao asked in confusion. He, you will naturally know this question in the future. When you have the qualifications to cultivate a top jade grade martial art, you will realize that the world is very different from what you imagined. Chang Gu deliberately kept him in suspense. Ling Xiao didn't ask further. Knowing the answer to this question didn't mean much to him. He was still far from reaching that level, so it was better for him to take his own steps first. Ordinary martial arts could actually evolve. This was something that Ling Xiao had never thought of before, but didn't he encounter it now? In the past, he had thought that only his and his could evolve, mainly because they were 2 mystical arts. But now, the impossible seemed possible. Perhaps this was the so-called opportunity. Ling Xiao liked it very much. If the level of this inner force cultivation method was too low, then he could only give up. But now, he didn't have to give up at all. He just had to find other dragon souls to raise the level of this martial art. This task was very difficult, but it was also very exciting. After the second reward was completed, the third reward was relatively simple. It was a moonlight token. Ling Xiao originally thought that this moonlight token was just a simple token, but he realized that he had underestimated the Moonlight Maiden. There was actually a spiritual body of the Moonlight Maiden in the Moonlight Token. When Ling Xiao punished the sex insiders, this spiritual body would appear. Of course, the spiritual body wouldn't help him unconditionally. The spiritual body also had its own judgment. If someone really violated the sex rules and tried to harm the Yuehua school, the spiritual body would do its best to help Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao caused trouble for no reason, the spiritual body wouldn't help him. Of course, there was no way to deal with him. In addition, the spiritual body could only target the people in the Yuehua school. It wouldn't have any effect on people outside. This was also a rule. Once the rule was violated, the spiritual body might disappear. Therefore, there were actually 2 sides to this matter. Every place and every world followed a certain rule. Ling Xiao accepted the Moonlight Token. After that, the 4th reward was 3 wishes. Ling Xiao didn't know what Chang Gu could help him with, so the wishes he had made at the beginning had been rather crazy. For example, he could let his master, the Yuan Venerate, return to his original state. For example, he could raise his cultivation base to the same level as Chang Ji's, or he could obtain the Moonlight Pagoda, and so on. In the end, Changgu couldn't help him fulfill these ridiculous wishes. After many attempts, coupled with the analysis of his mountain river martial soul, Ling Xiao finally picked out 3 more practical wishes that could be fulfilled. The first wish was free, so it had to be the most practical one. After thinking about it, Ling Xiao finally chose to upgrade the grade. This was a martial technique belonging to the soul race and was classified as a top-notch gold-grade martial technique in the Yuehua school. Ling Xiao had thought that it was very brilliant before, but now he felt that it couldn't keep up with the development. Unexpectedly, Changgu shook her head and said, "This is the strongest innate martial technique belonging to the soul race. Only the top geniuses of the soul race can master it. Generally speaking, once someone masters it, no one else can cultivate it." Innate martial techniques didn't have grades. Therefore, Ling Xiao's previous feeling about this martial technique hadn't been wrong. After all, the power of this martial technique hadn't been that of a top-notch gold-grade martial technique. In other words, this thing didn't need to be upgraded. It would become stronger along with the martialist soul, just like the dragon roar of the dragon race. All right then, modify it and upgrade its grade. Ling Xiao felt that he could handle it if it was a magic treasure. However, he liked martial techniques very much. If it was upgraded, it could be used for a long time. It has already evolved. It is now a jade entry-level martial technique. That's great. For the second wish, Ling Xiao chose to upgrade it. At present, he hadn't officially cultivated sword moves yet. He had only condensed 13 sword soul clones. Not only did they have powerful moves, but they could also help him cultivate using the sword soul clones, which was very important. For this wish, Ling Xiao directly spent 2,000 moonlight points, which was the same as exchanging for a jade entry-level martial technique. Chapter 599. For the third wish, Ling Xiao did not choose to continue evolving his martial arts. Instead, he chose to convert the evil beast Demon King into a martial soul. Because the evil beast Demon King's cultivation was too high, Ling Xiao had never been able to convert it himself. After all, this fellow had already recovered to the yin-yang realm. It was even more terrifying than the ancient hell dragon in the Moonlight Pagoda. After the evil beast Demon King was converted into a martial soul, its power was integrated into the 9 demonic divine art. Ling Xiao could clearly feel his 9 demonic divine art leveling up. 9 demonic divine art, yin-yang demon king, jade grade, entry, level martial art. The pestilence demon king controlled deadly plague poison. Evil beast demon king controlled all kinds of beasts. Yin-yang demon king controlled yin spirits and evil creatures. He really did not know what other changes there would be in the future. Ling Xiao felt that his fighting style was really becoming more and more diverse. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, it was best not to use the 9 demonic divine art. This thing could easily arouse the disgust of some people with a strong sense of justice. It would be a little troublesome if he was listed as an evil person. This wish consumed 1,000 moonlight points. However, Ling Xiao felt that it was still worth it. Otherwise, with his level, if he wanted to convert the evil beast Demon King's soul, he would have to wait for God knows how long. Moreover, he could clearly feel that his cultivation was about to forcefully break through. However, he was temporarily suppressing it. He was not in a hurry to break through. Usually, he would break through once, then consolidate his cultivation before breaking through again. After receiving the reward, it would not be too late to find a place to break through. The 5th reward was 3 questions. It was free. Ling Xiao wanted to ask a lot of questions. However, after some refinement, he chose 3 of the more important questions. "Your Highness, I previously obtained a pill from the furnace. It evolved into a strange butterfly. I don't know what kind of creature it is. Please enlighten me. To be honest, I can't answer your question completely. The human king once fought for 10 days and 10 nights and obtained a larva outside the mystic world. He asked the divine pill, Immortal Venerable, one of the 12 human immortals, to help him refine it into a pill. Unexpectedly, a war broke out before he could do anything. Helpless, the furnace was temporarily placed inside the Moonlight Pagoda. Changgu replied, So many years have passed. I really don't know what happened inside, and I can't tell you what the larva is. I still have to thank Your Highness. You have already answered my question. In short, this thing is very powerful, right? Ling Xiao smiled. He was already very satisfied with this answer. Second question, is there any other place in the 5th stage of the Moonlight Pagoda where I can obtain rewards other than here? Yes. 10 miles away from here is the place where the monsters are kept. But if you go there, you'll only die, so I don't recommend you go. Ling Xiao nodded. He definitely had to go. Since he had already reached the 5th level, it would be a waste if he didn't go. Even if he was eliminated because he went to that place, he would be satisfied. Third question, how can I obtain the Moonlight Pagoda? Changgu was stunned for a moment when she heard this question, and then she smiled and said, The Moonlight Pagoda is my strongest magic treasure. If you want to obtain it, then your cultivation has to be able to attain the level of my main body. After that, you can rely on the Moonlight Token to take it for yourself. Thank you. I've asked all 3 questions. Ling Xiao had coveted the Moonlight Pagoda for a long time. This thing was not as simple as a magic treasure. If he could get this thing to the Divine Sword Sect, it could also help the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect cultivate. Of course, if he controlled the Yuehua School, then he could merge the Yuehua School and the Divine Sword Sect. At that time, he would have to think about what it would be called. In short, the stronger the power behind him, the more beneficial it would be for his future development. This point should not be wrong. Next, Ling Xiao still had 7,000 moonlight points. He immediately exchanged for 2 divine grade artifacts. Together with the 3 he had found in the 4th level, he now had 5 divine grade artifacts. These 5 divine grade artifacts were naturally used as backups to upgrade the quality of the 5 swords in his hand. Of course, magic treasures could only be upgraded one by one. Therefore, what he needed the most now was immortal artifacts. This was not a problem. In the 4th stage, he found as many as 12 immortal artifacts. Even if he used 5 of them, he still had 7 left. The 2 divine grade artifacts required 5,000 moonlight points, and he used the remaining 2,000 points to exchange for a set of jade grade entry-level martial arts. What he wanted was the Dragon Emperor's protective art, but it did not seem to be in here. However, the jade entry-level martial arts that he exchanged could still be used to exchange. In addition to the sect points he had left, he should be able to exchange for the Dragon Emperor's protective art. As for what he would hand over to the sect, he had already thought about it. In the 4th stage, he had collected 3 sets of jade entry-level martial arts. In addition to the set that he exchanged for, he had 4 sets. This was a true priceless treasure. He believed that the sect people would open their eyes wide. Anyway, his Mountain River martial soul already had copies of these 4 sets of jade entry-level martial arts. Even if he handed them over to the sect, he would not feel any heartache. Instead, he would receive a large number of sect points. It was definitely a good thing. He did not intend to hand over the divine artifacts. He did not even have enough for himself. However, he could consider the immortal artifacts. After all, the sect points could be exchanged for more useful and needed items. Your Highness, the matter here is done. I plan to go to the troll prison that you mentioned. Is that okay? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. If you are not afraid of death, you can go and take a look. Changgu smiled. and said, "Oh, I almost forgot. After you die here, you will be directly teleported out. How convenient. All right, you can go. I should also leave this place." After saying that, Chong-gu hugged the jade rabbit and turned into a white light and disappeared. Ling Xiao glanced at it and did not leave immediately. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the palace. When he transformed into the evil beast Demon King, his cultivation was about to break through. Now was the best time to break through. At the same time, outside the Moonlight Pagoda, a white light shot into the sky. It attracted everyone's attention. Then, a real figure appeared in the white light. It was the Moonlight Goddess. She was holding a jade rabbit in her arms. She was majestic and beautiful. Most of the disciples of the Yuehua school had seen the portrait of the Moonlight Goddess. However, the portrait was not the same as the real person, so they were a little stunned for a moment. "Sister," the Moonlight Goddess cried out in surprise. She flew up and went to the woman's side. "It's you, Moonlight Goddess. How have you been these years?" Chong-gu was very happy to see the Moonlight Goddess. "It's really lonely without you." The Moonlight Goddess acted like a spoiled little girl in front of Chong-gu. Everyone below was shocked. The Moonlight Goddess's sister? Isn't that the Moonlight Goddess? No wonder she looks similar to the portrait. "Greetings, Your Highness." "Greetings, Ancestral Grandmother." For a moment, everyone knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. "I'm just a clone of the Moonlight Goddess. Now that I have completed the mission, it's time to find the whereabouts of the Moonlight Goddess. Before I leave, I have a few words to say." Chong-gu smiled and said, "The trial disciples of this year's Pagoda Ascension ceremony are really outstanding. There is hope for the revival of the Yuehua school. You have done well. You need to work harder in the future. Then that's it. I'm going." After saying that, Chong-gu hugged the Moonlight Goddess reluctantly and then turned into a white light and disappeared. Chapter 600. Inside the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Peak of the Transcendent Realm 8th Layer. This was his current cultivation. After absorbing and transforming this energy, Yang Kai's cultivation had risen from the early Transcendent Realm 8th Layer to the late Transcendent Realm. Before, this amount of energy was enough for him to directly break through from the Transcendent Realm 1st Layer to the Transcendent Realm 6th Layer. Sure enough, the further one progressed, the slower it became. Fortunately, no one else could hear his thoughts, otherwise they would have been angered to death. Yang Kai's cultivation speed was simply unmatched, especially after entering the Transcendent Realm 7th Layer. His cultivation speed was extremely slow, yet he was still able to break through to the peak of the Transcendent Realm 8th Layer in such a short time. This was really enviable. Standing up, Ling Xiao looked at the prison shrouded in black fog in the distance. According to the Moonlight Fairy, this was the place where the ancient monsters were imprisoned. This was probably the most dangerous place in the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda. If he went there, he would definitely be eliminated. However, since he had already come this far, even if he was eliminated, it didn't seem to be a big deal. Considering all this, Ling Xiao leapt in that direction. He soon arrived at his destination. Rather than a prison, it was more like a huge basin. The basin was shrouded in black fog and was several thousand meters deep. Relying on the ability of his mountain and river martial spirit, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with golden light, allowing him to see what was below the basin. It was a primitive jungle. There was a dragonfly that was 7 or 8 meters long. There was also a centipede that was more than a dozen meters long. As for the tall and mighty sky dragon species, they were all monsters with huge stature. These terrifying ancient monsters were fighting each other inside, almost turning this place into a purgatory. Ling Xiao couldn't help gulping. This was because he realized that any of the creatures here could easily take his life. The weakest among them was a half-step heavenly venerable with 90% of their strength. Oh, good stuff. There's actually such a big 5 spirit fruit. Ling Xiao was shocked to find that in this basin there were 5 types of spirit fruits: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Moreover, this one was 100 times larger than the one he obtained in the second round. Thinking about it, the effect was definitely not bad, although Ling Xiao was afraid of those monsters. Since he had already come here, he naturally couldn't return empty-handed. He had to go down and take a look at the situation. Fortunately, those creatures weren't everywhere. There were still many places without monsters. As long as he could restrain his aura, it would not be impossible for him to collect more spirit fruits. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao no longer hesitated and jumped into the basin. In the blink of an eye, he landed on the ground, under the cover of the huge weeds that were 4 or 5 meters high. Ling Xiao quickly collected several 5 elements spiritual fruits, especially the wood spirit fruit, which was what he needed the most right now. Once all 5 types of spirit fruits were gathered, he would be able to condense the 5 spirit body. At that time, his elemental resistance would have a qualitative leap, which would also lay a good foundation for advancing to the celestial tier. The stronger one's body was, the higher one's elemental resistance would be, and the higher one's chances of forming the heavenly vein would be. Not long after, Ling Xiao had collected dozens of spirit fruits of various attributes. These things were enough for him to use for a while. Just as he was about to leave this place, a huge cold pond came into view. According to his experience, in this cold pond, there must be something good with such abundant energy. Why not check it out? How could one enter a treasure mountain empty-handed? Now that Ling Xiao was the only one left in the Moonlight Pagoda, he didn't have to worry about anyone disturbing him. He could be at ease and boldly search for treasures. What's more, the higher one's cultivation, the more resources one would need. Although he had obtained so many benefits this time, it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before he ran out of money again. The cultivation of a warrior not only relied on hard work and talent, but also a large number of resources to maintain. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao urged his soul power to enter the cold pond. This was the safest way, because he didn't know what kind of danger there would be in the cold pond. If he went down rashly, he might even lose his life in the end. Boom. What? My soul power was actually defeated. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be shocked. His soul power was very strong, not weaker than a celestial realm expert, but after diving less than 10 meters deep, it was defeated by an even stronger soul power. This was enough to show that the thing below was extremely powerful. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao took out the seal card and released the Transcendent Swordsman. This was a half-step heavenly venerable with 50% of his strength. If even this guy couldn't enter the depths of the cold pond, then there was no need for him to go down. The monsters released from the seal card were all connected to their master's mind and soul. Therefore, what the Transcendent Swordsman saw, Ling Xiao could also see clearly. The cold pond was indeed very cold. As soon as the Transcendent Swordsman entered the water, he could feel the continuous cold air as if it was going to freeze him. Fortunately, this was a half-step heavenly venerable. With a shake of his true origin, the ice flowers condensed on the surface of his body quickly shattered. However, Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest intention of relaxing. He had just entered the water, and it was already like this. He didn't know what other terrifying things were below. When the Transcendent Swordsman dived to a depth of 300 to 400 meters, the terrifying pressure and cold air made Ling Xiao shiver involuntarily. It wasn't the pressure of the water, but seeping out from the bottom of the cold pond. If he guessed correctly, it should be a treasure. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so terrifying. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered with an intense black and gold light as he poured his soul power into the Transcendent Swordsman. This way, it could help the Transcendent Swordsman resist some of the pressure. Otherwise, the Transcendent Swordsman wouldn't be able to enter the water directly. 400 meters, 500 meters, 600 meters. When he reached a depth of 1,000 meters, the Transcendent Swordsman's movements had already become stiff. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. He poured his soul power into the Transcendent Swordsman and condensed a trace of black hellfire. When the black hellfire arrived, the Transcendent Swordsman's movements immediately became smooth again. If he wasn't worried that the black hellfire would directly destroy the Transcendent Swordsman, Ling Xiao would have poured more in. However, it should be enough for now. However, the cold pond still hadn't reached the bottom. Ling Xiao carefully controlled the Transcendent Swordsman to continue diving. He also used the mountain river to protect the Transcendent Swordsman. The strength of a half-step heavenly venerable was not weak. In addition, Ling Xiao's mountain river was no weaker than a heaven realm expert's. He finally dived to the deepest part. All right, we've reached the bottom. I want to see what exactly is at the bottom of the cold pond that can make the cold pond so terrifying. Using the Transcendent Swordsman's eyes, Ling Xiao discovered that the bottom of the cold pond was mostly soft sand. However, there was one place where there was actually a black stone. If it were someone else, they would probably directly ignore this stone. However, Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 601. It's a heaven vein, divine stone. And it's so big. It was no wonder that Ling Xiao was surprised. This heaven vein, divine stone, was too precious. As the name suggested, the heaven vein, divine stone was related to the heaven veins. Rumor had it that as long as one had a heaven vein divine stone, the success rate of condensing 9 martial veins into a heaven vein would increase by more than 50%. More importantly, the condensed veins of heaven would become incomparably strong. They would be more sturdy than martial artists of the same level, and their capacity would also be greater. No one knew how this stone was produced. However, the function of the heaven vein divine stone was recorded in ancient books. According to the Yuehua school's ancient books, the heaven vein divine stone was extremely rare and was said to have been completely used up tens of thousands of years ago. To be able to obtain a heavenly vein divine stone was simply a stroke of luck for Ling Xiao. It was no exaggeration to say that if someone were to sell the heaven vein divine stone now, a palm-sized heaven vein divine stone could be sold for 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. That was a high-grade spirit stone. One had to know that most of the sect disciples were still using low-grade spirit stones. Even middle-grade spirit stones were hard to come by. The heaven vein divine stone Ling Xiao found was 100 times the size of an adult's palm. How many high-grade spirit stones was it worth? He only needed 1% of it for his own use. The rest could be sold in exchange for a large number of high-grade spirit stones. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao no longer hesitated and hurriedly ordered the Transcendent Swordsman to fish up the heaven vein divine stone from the depths of the cold pond. However, Ling Xiao was too focused on the cold pond and did not notice that a pair of huge dark green eyes were staring at him from the nearby grass. The two of them were about 500 to 600 meters apart. This distance might be very far for an ordinary person, but for a transcendent realm cultivator, it was just a short distance away. The huge dark green eyes were slowly approaching Ling Xiao, as if it did not want to disturb its prey. Ling Xiao's true origin sphere could now extend to a maximum of 100 meters. If it was too far away, he would not be able to detect it, unless it was deliberately searching for it. However, all of his attention was focused on the cold pond, and he was not aware of the threat behind him. Boom! Suddenly, A huge black shadow attacked Ling Xiao from behind. Its speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. It was as if it had arrived near Ling Xiao in an instant. Extraordinary swordsman. At the critical moment, it was his rich combat experience that saved Ling Xiao's life. The moment he sensed the threat, the transcendent swordsman also happened to jump out of the cold pond. Ling Xiao instantly switched places with the transcendent swordsman. That huge black shadow crashed into the body of the transcendent swordsman. A dignified half-step Empyrean was actually killed in an instant. Ling Xiao didn't dare to stay any longer. After putting away the heaven-veined divine stone, he extended his golden dragon wings and flew into the sky above the basin. He was already satisfied with obtaining the heavenly vein divine stone. The next step was to think of a way to get some benefits from other places and then slip away. The moment he escaped, Ling Xiao turned around to take a look. In a glimpse, Ling Xiao felt his scalp go numb. What he saw was a huge dark green centipede. Its body was 4 or 5 times thicker than the mouth of the well. Its body was about 20 meters long, and its whole body was covered with a dark green hard shell. It felt like that thing was much stronger than Ling Xiao's heavenly dragon scale armor. On both sides of the centipede's body, there were 2 rows of legs with many spikes on them. They were like sharp blades. How was this a centipede? It was the ancestor of all centipedes, and it was a little too big. Roar. The centipede's mouth actually let out a beast-like roar. Its true chi leaked out crazily, and the whole forest was raging because of it. Even the cold pond nearby couldn't withstand the pressure and began to churn as if it would erupt at any time like a volcano. Ling Xiao's speed was very fast. Especially after he used his golden dragon wings, his speed was even faster. Although the pendant of impartiality had lost its effectiveness after killing the ancient Ship King and the people of the Black Spirit Organization, he was now a peak transcendent realm 8th layer cultivator. Moreover, his true chi was extremely rich, and no one in the transcendent realm could match it. With his speed, no one in the transcendent realm could catch up to him. But now, he was being chased closer and closer by the giant centipede. The centipede only raised its head slightly, and in an instant, it was more than 10 meters away from Ling Xiao. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at Ling Xiao. Ice storm. Ling Xiao didn't even think about it. He summoned the ice dragon sword and stabbed it out. He used the strongest move of the snow lotus sword art. With the continuous improvement of his cultivation, the snow lotus sword art's level was obviously lower, but it was still the purest sword skill Ling Xiao could use at the moment. The blizzard howled as it rushed towards the giant centipede. The centipede opened its mouth and spat out a green whirlwind. Asterisk pung. Asterisk the two forces collided, and the snowstorm was instantly disintegrated. Then, Ling Xiao felt a force hit him and sent him flying more than 10 meters away. Too terrifying. The power of this centipede's attack was insane. The snowstorm was nothing in front of its attack. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's defense was strong enough. Otherwise, this blow would have taken his life. Even so, he was still seriously injured. He took advantage of the impact to escape. Is this the horror of the giant monster that Chang'e mentioned? Sure enough, I was lucky to have the pendant of impartiality before, so I could kill the ancient Ship King in one blow. Otherwise, I would have been dead. Ling Xiao was still a little scared. He threw a high-rank, true elemental pill into his mouth and sped up. The giant, dark green centipede didn't stop at all. After the attack, it still chased after him. The distance between them was closed again in an instant. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk at the critical moment. Ling Xiao used the cloud dragon divine travel and dodged the giant centipede's attack. The centipede bit down on the cliff, and the huge cliff was easily bitten through like tofu. Then, The surrounding boulders melted. Ling Xiao only took a short breath before the centipede's attack came again. Its huge tail curled up and then swung fiercely, wanting to slap Ling Xiao to death on the cliff. Thunder celestial phenomenon, snowstorm. This time, Ling Xiao was slightly more prepared than before, so he used the thunder celestial phenomenon. The same snowstorm, after mixing in the power of celestial phenomenon, increased its power by several times. With a rumbling sound, the snowstorm howled and pounced towards the giant centipede. Clang! The sword, which was like a thunderstorm, stabbed heavily into the giant centipede's tail. In that instant, there were actually huge sparks that splashed crazily in all directions. However, even so, Ling Xiao's sword still didn't break the giant centipede's defense. It didn't even leave a trace. It only slowed down the other party's attack slightly. With this attack, Ling Xiao escaped at an even faster speed. Chapter 602. It's too strong. With this kind of defense and strength, I'm no match for it. If this continues, I'll die in an instant. Ling Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought to himself that he was lucky enough to meet this guy after taking out the heavenly stone. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have the chance to obtain such a treasure today. Roar! The giant centipede roared and chased after him again. Boom! Because it was too fast, it caused the air to explode and the black fog to disperse. Ling Xiao didn't dare to look back because he was already at the edge of the basin. Just one more step, and he would be able to leave this place. As the giant centipede flew, the vegetation around the basin kept exploding because of the terrifying true yuan fluctuations released by the giant centipede. The mountains kept collapsing as if an earthquake was about to happen. Puff! Ling Xiao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He was shocked. Even with his strong body, he was still in such a miserable state when facing this giant centipede. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even be able to survive. Ling Xiao ran for his life, mainly because he felt that his life was in danger. This was the monster prison, which meant that there was something that could trap ancient monsters. If he died here, would he really die? Although this was only his speculation, he didn't dare to recklessly test it. If he really died, it would be too late for regrets. Therefore, even if he was killed by this giant centipede, he would have to wait until he got out of the monster prison. When he was about 10 meters away from the monster prison's exit, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a huge pressure coming from behind. When he turned around, he was so shocked that he almost fell from the sky. 100 eyes appeared on the giant centipede's body. Each eye was glowing with a green light, as if it was accumulating some kind of power. Buzz! In the next moment, 100 green lights shot toward Ling Xiao at the same time. Yuehua School. Everything was the same as before. The Tower Ascension ceremony had been going on for 15 days. Other than Ling Xiao, the other 49 disciples who had participated in the Tower Ascension ceremony had all been eliminated. First, Shangguan Lei broke the record. Then, Long Hao created a new record. After that, Tantai Lingzi and Dai Yuling created even more powerful records. Everyone was waiting for Ling Zhao's appearance in confusion, anger, jealousy, and expectation. Unfortunately, 3 days had passed, and there was still no news of Ling Xiao. However, the Moonlight Pagoda was still shining, which meant that the Tower Ascension ceremony was still in progress. Ling Xiao was definitely still alive. If he was dead, the Tower Ascension ceremony was over. The Tower Ascension ceremony this time could be said to have created many records, even miracles, and changed a lot of things. Among the disciples who had participated in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony, many of them had broken through their cultivation base, and their strength had increased greatly, especially Dai Yuling, Long Hao, Shangguan Lei, and Tantai Lingzi. However, due to various reasons, Shangguan Lei was imprisoned and Leng Hao was grounded. Dai Yuling could only rely on Wu Xiang for protection. Perhaps they felt that this kind of dull waiting was too boring. So under the leadership of Headmaster Chang, Yueying, the top 10 core disciples carried out a new ranking. Ren Xingtian was still number 1, and his strength was unparalleled. Bai Feifei defeated Lan Yu and got 2nd place. Lan Yu was 3rd. Tantai Lingzi defeated Yu Ren and was 4th. Yu Ren fell to 5th. Leng Hao broke out with terrifying strength and became the 6th core disciple. Ming Tian relied on the immortal grade precious weapon and gold grade martial arts that he had snatched from Shangguan Lei. In addition, his half-beast body had fused even more perfectly, so he was ranked 7th. Of these 2 geniuses, one was in the invincible realm, and the other was in the peak realm. However, they both defeated their opponents, so they didn't lose their reputation as geniuses. The 8th and 9th core disciples used to be the top core disciples, but this time they were defeated by Leng Hao and Ming Tian, respectively. Meng Yuan was pushed to 10th again. As for Shun Tianlin, he was completely out of the top 10. Dai Yuling and Shangguan Lei were banned from participating in the challenge, so they didn't get a ranking. But no matter what, the top 10 core disciples were shaken the most this time. There were 3 newcomers. More importantly, these 3 newcomers were all disciples who had participated in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony. They had not even fully digested the benefits they had obtained from the Moonlight Pagoda, yet they were already so terrifying. If they were to fully absorb and utilize those benefits, who knew how powerful they would become? Regarding this, the original 10 core disciples felt enormous pressure. The sect's higher-ups were overjoyed. The newcomers were replaced by the newcomers, which meant that the newcomers were more talented and had more potential. The next thing to deal with was Ling Xiao's matter. No matter what Ling Xiao brought out, they had to take all of it and give it to Ming Tian, Bai Feifei, Tantai Lingzi, and the others. In this way, their cultivation would improve faster, and their progress would be greater. This was what Chang Yueying, the sect master, and the others thought. However, Wu Xiang wasn't easy to deal with, not to mention the Moon Maiden. But no matter what, the effects of the Pagoda Ascension ceremony had been achieved, so they were still quite happy. Everyone, our Yuehua school used to be one of the top sects among the 12 sects, and we have a very long history. We were born with the birth of the human race's sacred dynasty, unlike the other 11 sects, whose history was interrupted. Sect Master Chang, Yueying, looked at the glowing moonlight pagoda and said with emotion, "But today, our Yuehua school has become the last of the 12 sects. It's really a little frustrating, but these disciples of this generation might really be able to restore the Yuehua school to its former glory." The higher-ups nodded. Although they still had opinions about some disciples, no matter what, this Pagoda Ascension ceremony's results were the best in history. This was true. Sect Master's words are extremely true. In another 7 months, it should be the human race's sacred dynasty's ancestral worship ceremony. Although the sacred lord has to worship the ancestors every year, this ancestral worship ceremony only happens once every 10 years. At that time, not only will we worship the ancestors, we will also check the strength of the disciples of the various sections. This is the so-called martial Dao ceremony. The sect master slowly smiled and said, "Since about 10,000 years ago, our Yuehua school's results in the martial Dao ceremony have always been at the bottom. This time, it definitely can't be like this again. I believe that with these outstanding disciples, they will definitely be able to obtain even more outstanding results." Yes, according to what I said, the most outstanding disciples under the age of 30 are all in our Yuehua school. Elder Jean also nodded and smiled. "Everyone, it's best not to bite off more than you can chew. Before the martial Dao ceremony, you have to first place in the four-sex martial competition. Heavenly, I slowly said. For sex martial competition. Hearing these words, all the higher-ups, including Chang Yueying, frowned. Chapter 603. The human sacred dynasty has 12 sects, and they are the strongest sections. Those who are familiar with the situation know that the human sacred dynasty is divided into 4 directions: north, south, east, and west. These 12 sects are located in the 4 directions of the human sacred dynasty, with 3 sects in each direction. Among them, the Yuehua school, the Sword King sect, and the Beast King Palace are located in the east. This place is adjacent to the sea, has a humid climate, and is economically developed. However, it is also a place that outsiders like to invade the most. The so-called 4-sex martial competition is actually just these 3 sects and the recently risen Divine Sword sect. Of course, the Divine Sword sect is basically there as a bystander. Regardless of whether it is the Yuehua school, the Sword King sect, or the Beast King Palace, they do not place them in their eyes. If it were not for the Northern Han imperial family insisting that the Divine Sword sect participate in this competition, they would not have invited such a sect. Of course, no one knows about the close relationship between the Divine Sword sect and Ling Xiao. This is a secret within the Divine Sword sect. Only a few higher-ups know. Even when Ling Xiao defeated the Sword King sect and saved the Divine Sword sect, he used a special method to hide his true appearance. The 4-sex martial competition was previously called the 3-sex martial competition. It was held as a preparation for the martial arts festival. Of course, it was also a small competition between the disciples of the Yuehua school, the Sword King sect, and the Beast King Palace. As for the purpose, it was nothing more than a secret competition. When these 3 sects guard the eastern gate of the sacred dynasty, they can avoid conflicts between their disciples and resolve them during the 3-sex martial competition. The Divine Sword sect can ignore this 4-sex martial competition, but we must let the other 2 sects see that the Yuehua school is no longer a pushover. Among the 3 sects, the Sword King sect is the strongest. It is ranked 3rd or 4th among the 12 sections. Of course, this position is not fixed. The Beast King Palace is slightly weaker, but it is also ranked 5th or 6th. Only the Yuehua school is a bit shameful. It has always been ranked last, to the point that it is hard to believe. Chang Yueying revealed a resolute expression. She believed that in this 4-faction tournament, Yuehua school would not lose face again. There should be only 2 months left until the 4-sect martial competition. According to the rules, it will be held in the Sword King sect this year. Before that, we have to deal with the internal affairs of the sect. The Grand Sect Master reminded, the internal affairs of the sect were nothing more than Ling Xiao. This old man was really vengeful. Ling Xiao had only made Bai Feifei look bad. Was it necessary to target him like this? Whoosh! Just as Chang Yueying was about to speak, a white light suddenly shot out from the Moonlight Pagoda. A figure appeared at the exit. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were deep and filled with fear. Damn you, just a little bit more. Ling Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. That giant centipede's attack was too terrifying. However, he was able to adapt in the end. He once again increased his speed and escaped from the prison in the nick of time. Of course, he was still hit. His body instantly disintegrated, and he was thrown out. He was currently feeling extremely fortunate. If he had been killed in the monster prison, he might have never been able to escape. That would have been truly tragic. When Ling Xiao was suddenly thrown out, the higher-ups who were chatting were unable to recover from their shock. After a long while, the Grand Sect Master was the first to roar. "Shameless thief, you're finally out. Why aren't you obediently waiting to be captured? Otherwise, you'll suffer physical pain." When she appeared, everyone, including Elder Jean, the flame deity, and the others, all looked at Ling Xiao. The flame deity's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Not only did Ling Xiao cause his beloved disciple to be eliminated early, but he also ruined his plan. How could he not be angry? Right now, he wished he could tear Ling Xiao into pieces in front of everyone. However, because he was afraid of Wu Xiang and the Moon Maiden, he did not dare to immediately make a move. Ling Xiao, why aren't you kneeling down and admitting your mistake? Do you want me to make a move? Elder Jean roared angrily. Although Chang Yueying did not say anything, she did not have a good impression of Ling Xiao. After all, she had accepted Tantai Lingzi as her disciple. Only Heavenly Venerable Golden Light, Wang Han, Tianzuan, and Heavenly Venerable Wu Go had complicated expressions. They did not know if they should speak up for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, Junior Brother Ling, Yang Danlin, Wu Xiang, Dai Yuling, Lung Hao, and Lan Yu immediately went to Ling Xiao's side. They chose to stand with Ling Xiao without hesitation. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light hesitated for a moment and also stood beside Ling Xiao. Then Wang Han Tianzuan, the Tower Master of the Desperation Tower. Of course, he chose to stand with the Sect Master and the Law Enforcement Hall. After all, the highest authority in the Yuehua school was the Sect Master and the Law Enforcement Hall. If they said that someone was guilty, then even if that person was innocent, that person would still be guilty. The luster of the Moonlight Pagoda disappeared, but the Moon Lady did not appear. She probably needed to rest because she had consumed too much energy to operate the Moonlight Pagoda. However, a group of bad guys came out one by one. Ling Xiao, you've committed a heinous crime by killing your fellow disciples. Just wait to receive the most severe punishment from the sect. The one who spoke was Shen Tianlin. In his opinion, if it were not for Ling Xiao, he would not have been eliminated so early and squeezed out of the top 10 core disciples. Ling Xiao, you're despicable and shameless. You sneaked an attack on me when I wasn't paying attention and killed me. You caused me to be eliminated early and caused me to lose my greatest opportunity. You deserve to die. The sect will definitely seek justice for me. Ming Tian gnashed his teeth in hatred. He was too jealous of the results of Dai Yuling and the others. More importantly, he was actually surpassed by Lung Hao. This was something he could not accept no matter what. If it were not for his fear of Ling Xiao's strength, he would have really gone up and fought with his life on the line. Ling Xiao, you colluded with the Black Spirit Organization and almost killed me in the Moonlight Pagoda. I have no enmity with you. Why did you do this? Tantai Lingzi's acting skills were really outstanding. She actually squeezed out a few drops of tears as she spoke. Most of the male disciples in the sect were filled with righteous indignation. Punish Ling Xiao severely. Seek justice for senior sister Tantai. These people did not care whether Ling Xiao was truly blessed or not. They just wanted to get Tantai Lingzi's attention. Ling Xiao, I was kind enough to cooperate with you, but you set up a formation to harm me. You're simply shameless. Bai Feifei also shouted at Ling Xiao, unable to restrain her anger. However, she was also afraid of Wu Xiang's strength and did not dare to find trouble with Ling Xiao. She could only move her mouth and make a ruckus. Hearing the earth-shattering condemnation, Ling Xiao revealed a sneer. He had already thought of this when he was in the Moonlight Pagoda. It was just that he did not expect these people to be so shameless. Ha 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 ha! Ling Xiao suddenly burst into laughter. His voice was filled with a powerful will of the mountains and rivers. In that instant, more than half of the disciples who were criticizing him collapsed. A bunch of good-for-nothings. You spared no effort in distorting the truth. Unfortunately, you're all trash. Your words are no different from the barking of dogs on the roadside. What? Everyone simply did not dare to believe that Ling Xiao actually dared to say that. Chapter 604. Countless people were shocked. They thought that Ling Xiao would be scared witless in the face of such overwhelming condemnation and accusations from the higher-ups. But they were all wrong. Ling Xiao dared to be so arrogant in the face of so many higher-ups and almost all the Yuehua school disciples. Don't say that you're slandering me. Even if what you said was true, so what? Ling Xiao continued to sneer. Which rule in the Tower Ascension ceremony forbids the elimination of fellow disciples? Are you blind, or have water entered your brains? Incompetence is incompetence. Don't use such irrelevant accusations to cover up your garbage performance. He stood with his hands behind his back. Facing the overwhelming accusations, his expression did not change at all. So what if they were higher-ups? So what if they attacked him together? He had already obtained the Moonlight Order. He had the final say in the entire Yuehua school. It was not a place for some people to play politics. Whoever refused to accept it could get out of the Yuehua school. At worst, he could just rebuild the Yuehua school. If he did not destroy these people, the Yuehua school would be destroyed. Vermin were not the mainstay of the Yuehua school. There was nothing wrong with getting rid of them all. If he did not obtain the Moonlight Order, he would not have compromised. After all, he was now strong enough to escape from the Yuehua school. Of course, the Moon Maiden was an exception. However, the Moon Maiden would not do anything to him. He knew this very well in his heart. This was because the Moon Maiden was now on the same boat as him. They were bound together for good or ill. Moreover, he now had the Moonlight Order. The Moon Maiden would fully support him. Even Changji's spiritual body could help him. In the Yuehua school, as long as he did not mess around, he was almost invincible. Who could do anything to him? Who would dare to do anything to him? Therefore, he did not have to be afraid of anything. In the face of these people's slanderous accusations, he was naturally more high profile. Reason? This was not the time to reason. No one would listen to him. Moreover, he did not have any evidence to prove his reasoning. He could only use his strength to suppress others, instantly knocking out hundreds of disciples and intimidating everyone. This point, apart from the experts of Celestial Realm, was really not something that anyone could do. Attitude did not matter at all. The key was strength. In the end, why did the higher-ups of the sect protect the flame deity, Ming Tian, and the others? Wasn't it because these people were talented, and he wanted to use his own strength to prove that he was stronger than these people? Moreover, he was right. There was no rule in the sect. Not to mention that he did not do so. Even if he did so, the sect had no reason to hold him responsible. For a moment, everyone, including Headmaster Chang, Yueying, Grand Headmaster Chang Yueli, and the Law Enforcement Hall's first seat Elder Jean, Heavenly Venerate Demon Flame, were dumbfounded. Why? Humph. No matter what rules there are in the sect, it's true that you killed your fellow disciples. You must be severely punished. Elder Jean was shameless. He stood up and used his soul to pressure Ling Xiao, trying to make Ling Xiao kneel in front of everyone. If he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he really did not dare to do so. Wu Xiang was beside Ling Xiao. If he made a move, the first to die would not be Ling Xiao. Moreover, he did not have any evidence to prove that Ling Xiao had violated the rules. Even if he made a move, it would be difficult to get the support of the higher-ups. However, in the face of Elder Jin's soul pressure, Ling Xiao only smiled coldly. Elder Jin, you really don't learn from your mistakes. When we were in the Valley of Plague, you did such a despicable thing to target me. Then I broke it. Today, you're doing it again. Do you really think that I, Ling Xiao, am easy to bully? Buzz. Ling Xiao did not retreat. The moonlight token in his body shone brightly and merged with the mountain river Will. Then he directly collided with Elder Jin's soul pressure. Uffed, Elder Jin retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as white as a sheet. He was clearly seriously injured. How can this be? Elder Jin could not believe this fact. Although he did not manage to hurt Ling Xiao in the Valley of Plague, that was because Heavenly Venerable Golden Light and Wang Han Tianzuan had stopped him. It was not that Ling Xiao was strong, but today, facing Ling Xiao, his soul was at a great disadvantage. This was too inconceivable. Could it be that this kid had broken through to the heaven realm? That was not right. Of course, he could not understand how terrifying the Moonlight Token was. The Moonlight Maiden's spiritual body sensed Elder Jin's malice. Elder Jin was a typical example of a reckless person. This spiritual body naturally wanted to help Ling Xiao. Therefore, when Ling Xiao extracted her soul power to assist in his attack, not only did the spiritual body not stop him, it even helped him with all its might. Facing the Moonlight Maiden's spiritual attack, Elder Jin could not block it at all. Old thing, let me tell you, if I respect you, you can be the head of the law enforcement hall. If I don't respect you, you are nothing. If Ling Xiao's strength was not inferior to Elder Jin's, he really wanted to go up and kill this guy. Although he had the Moonlight Token, he did not want to rely on it all the time. Moreover, if he wanted to kill Elder Jin now, the Moonlight Maiden's spiritual body would probably not help him. This thing was his strongest trump card, his strongest trump card. It was not something that could be used easily. If it was not for the fact that he wanted to show his strength to the higher-ups of the Yuehua school, Ling Xiao would not have thought of using that thing. Chang Yueying frowned slightly and waved her hand. Everyone, please calm down. Ling Xiao is still a disciple of the Yuehua school. Moreover, what he said is not wrong. According to the rules, he did not break the rules. Moreover, he is the first person to ascend the pagoda and is an outstanding disciple of the Yuehua school. We must be clear about the rewards and punishments. We must not be too hasty. This woman was also smart. When she saw that Ling Xiao's soul power was actually suppressing Elder Jin, she knew that Ling Xiao must have had some shocking fortuitous encounter in the Moonlight Pagoda. Although she did not have a good impression of Ling Xiao, she did not have any deep hatred for him. Therefore, she quickly calmed down. Sect Master is right. Punishing such an outstanding disciple without authorization before the matter is clarified will make one's heart cold. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light also stood up and spoke. I agree. The leaders of the Wanghan Tianzuan Tower of Desperation all nodded. Well, for now, let's see Ling Xiao's results first. He has stayed in the Moonlight Pagoda for so long. He must have had some amazing fortuitous encounter. Heavenly Venerable, Heavenly, I also muttered. For a moment, the wind seemed to have changed. In the end, it was because Ling Xiao had displayed very terrifying strength that many of the neutral parties were inclined to support him. What's more, Dai Yuling was only together with Ling Xiao. With the help of Ling Xiao, she created a new trial record and became the first person in 100,000 years. In that case, what Ling Xiao got was, since the higher-ups had already expressed their stance, what else did Bai Feifei, Ming Tian, and the others have to say? They did not have Ling Xiao's fearless spirit, and they did not have Ling Xiao's strength. Chapter 605. The people who had framed Ling Xiao were not only unwilling to accept this, but they were also very worried. This was because they knew that everything they said was to frame Ling Xiao. Once the truth was revealed, they might end up in a miserable state. At this moment, the entire sky above Yuehua School suddenly turned black. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. The Grand Hierarch, Chang Yueying, who had been sitting there silently all this while, revealed a joyful smile and looked in that direction. "Lord Guardian Beast, are you finally willing to show yourself?" "Lord Guardian Beast, what's going on?" Many disciples were confused. However, among the higher-ups, most of them knew about this. The reason why the 12 sects were powerful was because they had 3 things. First, the sect-protecting array. Each of the 12 sects had a sect-protecting array. This array was set up in ancient times. Although it was set up early and late, it was very powerful. Anyone who tried to attack the 12 sects would inevitably be attacked by this array. Second, the sect-protecting treasure. Each of the 12 sects had a very powerful sect-protecting treasure. Third, and also the most mysterious one, was the guardian beast of the 12 sects. Usually, the guardian beast was in a state of hibernation. It would only be awakened by the hierarch's power when something happened to the sects. Chang Yueli was the previous hierarch. Although she told Chang Yueying this method, she also knew how to do it. This guardian beast was awakened by her to fight against the Moon Lady. Otherwise, no one in the sects would be a match for the Moon Lady. Ha 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 ha. The Grand Hierarch, Chang Yueli, suddenly laughed and stood up. She said sternly, "Ling Xiao, aren't you arrogant? Aren't you arrogant? Just because the Moon Lady is protecting you, you think you can look down on the higher-ups of the sects? Today, I will bring you to justice in front of the Moon Lady." Seeing this scene by Fei Fei, Ming Tian, Tantai Lingzi, Shin Tianlin, and the rest were all excited. That's great. Although I don't know what's going on, the Grand Hierarch has obtained the help of such a powerful guardian beast. Even the Moon Lady can't help Ling Xiao. Shin Tianlin shouted excitedly. He didn't know what a guardian beast was, but he could tell that this guardian beast was extremely strong, and it was even stronger than the Supreme Sect Master. Those disciples who were eliminated by Ling Xiao also had gloating expressions on their faces. Headmaster Chang Yueying's complexion was not very good. Although she wanted to deprive Ling Xiao of his possessions for Tantai Lingzi's use, she was also unwilling for the Grand Supreme Headmaster to be too powerful. It was simply an extreme contradiction. The Moon Lady still hadn't appeared. Wu Xiang's face revealed a worried expression. If the Grand Sect Master wanted to punish Ling Xiao by relying on the power of the Guardian Beast, he wouldn't be able to stop him at all. Even if he could escape from Yuehua School with Ling Xiao, there would still be problems. Because the Guardian Beast was too powerful, this had already exceeded his expectations. Guardian Beast. Finally, the Moon Lady appeared. The moonlight shrouded her body, making her look fatally seductive. It was hard to see her face clearly, but he felt that she must be as beautiful as a fairy. This was what all the men in Yuehua School were thinking. That's right, you're finally willing to show yourself. Your Highness Moon Lady, you've blindly protected that evil creature Ling Xiao, but you don't know that doing so will destroy Yuehua School. Therefore, I've awakened the Guardian Beast. The Grand Supreme Headmaster was no longer as respectful as before to the Moon Lady. Her attitude was very arrogant. Haha, not bad. I didn't expect you to be able to control the Guardian Beast while you're the headmaster of Yuehua School. It's really rare, but do you really think that you can compete with me, with just it? The Moon Lady smiled, faintly. Stop pretending. I know that you're very strong, but that was in the past. Now, you're at most in the Yin-Yang realm. Although the Yuehua School's Guardian Beast is also in the Yin-Yang realm, it's stronger than you. The Grand Supreme Headmaster shouted loudly. Is that so? Then you can try. The Moon Lady looked at the Grand Supreme Headmaster with a cold expression on her face. If the two of you fight, the entire Yuehua School will probably be destroyed. I think it's better to listen to what Ling Xiao has to say first and see what his results are. As for how to decide, it won't be too late to discuss it later. Changji Wang stood up and said, I have no objections, the Moon Lady said, faintly. The Grand Supreme Headmaster hesitated for a moment and nodded. She also wanted to know what Ling Xiao had obtained and then take it all for herself or give it to her chosen disciple. In that case, everything that Ling Xiao had done was actually a feast prepared for her. How could Ling Xiao not know what the Grand Supreme Headmaster was thinking? However, he secretly sneered. If you want to kill someone, you have to make them go crazy first. Since the Grand Supreme Headmaster was in such a hurry to court death, then he might as well fulfill her wish. He might as well use this opportunity to establish his might. He didn't believe that anyone would dare to cause trouble for him. Of course, this was just a plan. If the Moon Lady couldn't deal with the guardian beasts, he would use the Moonlight Token. However, the Moon Lady's strength was mysterious. Who could be sure that she hadn't become stronger during this period of time? After a while, Changji Wang received the Moonlight Pagoda's feedback. It was a golden report card. Final result: breakthrough to the 5th stage. What? The 5th stage? Why is there a 5th stage? Isn't there only 4 stages in the Moonlight Pagoda? When Changji Wang read the first sentence, it caused a commotion. Your Highness, what's the 5th stage about? Changji Wang looked at the Moon Lady and asked in confusion. The 5th stage is where my sister's clone lives. You have to complete very harsh conditions to enter, but the rewards are extremely generous. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Ling Xiao's luck is too good. He actually met the Moonlight Goddess clone. What kind of reward did he get? Sect Master, quickly see how many Moonlight points he got. Someone asked impatiently. He accumulated 10,000 Moonlight points. 10,000! How can there be so many? Dai Yuling has already set a record for 100,000 years, but she only got 3,000 points. This Ling Xiao is too exaggerated. Yeah, it's simply heaven-defying. No wonder he's so arrogant. He has the capital to be arrogant. The inner sect square was once again in an uproar. Every time the results were announced, it would shock everyone. Ling Xiao looked at Dai Yuling and smiled. Fortunately, you didn't fall behind that despicable Tantai Lingzi. Otherwise, I would be disappointed. What about the rest of the results? The Grand Sect Master asked anxiously. This old woman clearly wanted to take Ling Xiao's things for herself. Therefore, she was very concerned about what Ling Xiao got. 12 immortal-grade artifacts, 20 sets of gold-grade top-notch martial arts, 100 treasure-grade artifacts, 500 sets of gold-grade high-grade martial arts, 5 divine-grade artifacts, 2 sets of jade-grade entry-grade martial arts, 1 heaven vein divine stone, 55 elements spiritual fruits. Chapter 606. The results list in Chang Yue-Ying's hands was quite clear. Ling Xiao couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. But fortunately, many spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits were not included. For example, longevity fruits, Dragon Balls, and so on. It was as if the results list had directly ignored these. It also included a large number of spirit stones and even the Book of Seals, which were not on the results list. It seemed that the rules of the Moonlight Pagoda were not perfect. Some things really couldn't be displayed. What was displayed might only be treasures within the rules. As for those outside the rules, no one would know. To Ling Xiao, this was of course fortunate. Hearing the results, many of the upper echelons were so excited that they almost drooled, especially the Supreme Sect Master. When she thought that these things would all belong to her and her disciples, she was so excited that the corners of her mouth kept twitching. Kid, the Heavenly Vein Divine Stone is not something you can possess. There are other things that you don't have the qualifications to possess with your cultivation. It's better to quickly hand them over to the sect. Perhaps it will reduce your punishment a little." The Supreme Sect Master shouted sternly, "May I ask if the things that the Flame Deity and the Supreme Sect Master obtained in the past have been handed over to the sect?" Ling Xiao asked. "That's not the case." Chang Yuang frowned. "Since that's the case, does that mean that there is no such rule in the pagoda ascension ceremony? If I'm willing to hand it over, that's my business. If I don't want to hand it over, no one can force me. Isn't that the logic?" Ling Xiao continued to ask. "That's right." Chang Yuang nodded. "Supreme Sect Master, you heard it, right? The things that disciple obtained in the Moonlight Pagoda belong to this disciple. Of course, if it weren't for the Yuehua school, this disciple wouldn't have such a trial opportunity. Therefore, this disciple will naturally hand over some things to the sect. But what to hand over is up to me," Ling Xiao said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "Let's not talk about this first. Ling Xiao, since you encountered the Moonlight Maiden's clone, did you obtain her martial soul inheritance?" The Flame Deity really hit the nail on the head with his questions. If Ling Xiao obtained the inheritance of the Moonlight Fairy, then in the future, no one in the Yuehua school would be able to keep this kid in check. He had to kill him as soon as possible. His question reminded a lot of people of the situation. Therefore, everyone looked at him, hoping to know the answer. Among the disciples who had entered the Moonlight Pagoda to participate in the trial, Dai Yuling, Tantai Lingzi, and Zhao Ji had all obtained a martial soul inheritance. Dai Yuling obtained the immemorial gourd vine martial soul, Tantai Lingzi obtained the spider queen martial soul, and Zhao Ji obtained the black-winged rock martial soul. Zhao Ji's black-winged rock martial soul was obtained with the help of Ling Xiao. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao should have also received a martial spirit inheritance, but he didn't know what kind of martial spirit it was. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Although this disciple has obtained the martial spirit inheritance, it has nothing to do with ancestor grandmother. I obtained the black dragon martial spirit from the land of dragons." Of course, he was lying. He had obtained the dragon soul inheritance of the immemorial hell dragon. However, this thing was even more shocking than the Moonlight Fairy's inheritance. If he said it out loud, it would probably cause a huge uproar. If someone spread it out, he would probably be hunted down everywhere in the Jianghu in the future. Therefore, he took a step back and chose to say that he had obtained the black dragon martial spirit inheritance. Because the black dragon was one of the descendants of the immemorial hell dragon, using the dragon soul of the immemorial hell dragon, it was completely possible to simulate the black dragon martial spirit. If he said that he didn't obtain anything, no one would believe him. The higher-ups here weren't idiots. You could help Zhao Ji obtain the martial spirit inheritance, and you stayed in there for the longest time. You obtained the most good things, and you told me that you didn't obtain anything? Only a fool would believe that. Therefore, saying that he had the black dragon martial spirit should be the most credible and most suitable method. Black dragon martial spirit? Hearing Ling Zhao's words, some people heaved a sigh of relief, while some still revealed looks of jealousy. They heaved a sigh of relief because although the dragon soul was precious, it wasn't one of the 9 great immemorial dragon souls, nor was it one of the 12 human immortal martial spirits, nor was it the Moonlight Fairy's inheritance. In that case, Ling Xiao wouldn't be too heaven-defying. This was acceptable. Of course, they were jealous because Ling Xiao had obtained the black dragon martial spirit. After all, it was a type of dragon soul. Although there was no distinction between martial spirits, there were martial spirit inheritances. The black dragon martial spirit inheritance was definitely much more powerful than ordinary martial spirit inheritances. Damn it, Not only did he obtain so many good things, but he also obtained the black dragon martial spirit inheritance. Could it be that I can't defeat him in the end? Ming Tian felt extremely miserable, even if he had snatched the reward from Shangguanlei. So what? Without the martial spirit inheritance, he was still a failure. The situation isn't too bad. My Spider Queen martial spirit isn't inferior to his black dragon martial spirit inheritance. It seems that I was worrying too much. He might not be able to surpass me. Tantai Lingzi heaved a sigh of relief. Humph, no matter what you've obtained, you must die. The flame deity snorted coldly. He would definitely not underestimate Ling Xiao now. In the past, it was because he had underestimated Ling Xiao that his disciple had died tragically. Now, as long as he had the chance, he would definitely kill Ling Xiao. The Black Dragon Martial Spirit Inheritance. It's a pity that it's not the Moonlight Fairy's inheritance. Otherwise, I could have given it to Fei Fei. The sect master frowned, but immediately revealed a cold smile. I can give up on the inheritance, but I must get what this brat obtained. Seeing everyone's expression, Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh in his heart. His lies had basically achieved the goal he wanted. If he were to honestly say that he had obtained the ancient hell dragon martial soul, then the supreme sect master would definitely control the guardian beast to attack him. There was no need to even think about it. Moreover, this was only the beginning. If he failed to snatch it, the news of him obtaining the ancient hell dragon martial spirit would spread throughout the heavenly dragon continent. At that time, Ling Xiao would probably have to live a life of running around. As long as he controlled the danger within the Yuehua school, he wouldn't have to worry. All right, no matter how dazzling your results are, no matter what you obtained, you've still harmed your fellow disciples. It's a great sin. At this moment, Elder Jean waved his hand and said, "You said that there's no such rule in the pagoda ascension ceremony, and I admit it. However, the sect has a rule that forbids harming fellow disciples, and the pagoda ascension ceremony is naturally included. You can't escape this punishment." Ling Xiao frowned. It seemed that these people wouldn't give up until he was punished. That's right, Ling Xiao. Although you've contributed to the sect, contribution is one thing and punishment is another. You can't mix them up. The sect has always been clear about rewards and punishments. Elder Mu of the Law Enforcement Hall also nodded. I agree. The flame deity naturally supported this point of view. I agree too. Heavenly Sovereign, heavenly, I thought for a moment, and said, although Zhao Ji was his disciple, and had received help from Ling Xiao, in his opinion, it wasn't worth making an enemy out of the Law Enforcement Hall for Zhao Ji. Chapter 607. Agreed. Elder Water, Elder Hua, and Elder Tu of the Law Enforcement Hall all expressed their opinions. If it's a fair reward and punishment, I have no objections. Sect Master Chang, Yueying hesitated for a moment before nodding. I have a suggestion. If Ling Xiao is willing to hand over what he has obtained, we can give him a lighter punishment. Grand Sect Master Chang Yueli was even more shameless. Now is not the time to talk about reward and punishment. We haven't figured out the problem yet. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light said coldly, "You can't convict Ling Xiao based on the words of those people." That's right. Wang Han Tianzuan also nodded. Subsequently, Heavenly Venerable Wu Go, Yang Danlin, Tower Master of Desperation, and the Tower Master of Moon Tower also expressed their opinions. Clearly, there was a relatively large disagreement within the sect. The Moon Maiden said slowly, "Head of the Law Enforcement Hall, since everyone is here today, let's have a confrontation. We will naturally find out who is right and who is wrong. If he really did something to harm his fellow sect members, I will naturally not stop you from punishing him. All right, Since that's the case, let's have a confrontation. Elder Jean did not dare to disobey the Moon Maiden. Moreover, he believed that they had many people on their side. Even if Ling Xiao was in the right, it would be unreasonable. Ling Xiao is a shameless person. He should be crippled of his cultivation and expelled from the sect. That's right. He thinks that he can do whatever he wants with the protection of the Moon Maiden. He didn't expect the Moon Maiden to be so impartial. So what if he got first place in the pagoda ascension ceremony? So what if he broke the 100,000-year record? He has violated the sect's taboo and deserves to die. Apart from a few inner sect disciples who were close to Ling Xiao and most outer sect disciples, the rest basically supported punishing Ling Xiao severely. Ling Xiao, what do you say? Elder Jean looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "Since Her Highness Moon Maiden has agreed, I naturally have no objections. However, I'm a very vengeful person. If the truth proves that I'm innocent, then remember those who slandered and smeared my name. They will all die." Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded like it came from the depths of hell. He wasn't afraid of a confrontation, but there were some people he had to kill. You still dare to spout nonsense at a time like this? If you're proven innocent, the sect will naturally punish those who spouted nonsense. It won't be your turn to do anything. Elder Jean coldly snorted. Hee, is that so? Then let's begin. I'm in a hurry to go back and cultivate, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Arrogant. Let me ask you, were you the one who eliminated Ming Tian by Feifei, Tantai Lingzi, and Shen Tianlin? Elder Jean shouted. The rest of the people were minor details that he did not care about. He only cared about why these 4 people were eliminated. That's right. Ling Xiao nodded. You admit it? Elder Jean was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that Ling Xiao would argue and say that he didn't do it. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would directly admit to it? Yes, I admit it. Continue asking. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent expression. His expression really made Elder Jean choke with anger. He had seen arrogant people before, but he had never seen such an arrogant person who dared to be so rude to the head of the law enforcement hall. Good, let me ask you again. Why did you kill them? Elder Jean shouted. I killed them. Do you still need to ask why? What's the use of keeping a bunch of trash? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. This matter couldn't be explained clearly, and Ling Xiao wouldn't really defend himself. He believed that those guys had already colluded in private. It was impossible for him to win against those people alone. Trash? Hearing Ling Xiao say this, everyone was stunned. There had never been a disciple who dared to be so bold as to say that the disciple of the sect's genius supreme sect master was trash. Arrogant. You're just a trivial, transcendent realm cultivator. How dare you call them trash? Elder Jean was so angry that his beard flew up. Is what this disciple said wrong? If they weren't trash, how could they have been eliminated? When they entered the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda, their cultivation was stronger than this disciple's, but in the end, they were eliminated one by one. Aren't they trash? I really don't know how you define trash. Ling Xiao looked at Elder Jean disdainfully and said, Ling Xiao, I'm going to fight you for 300 rounds. You're infuriating me. Hearing Ling Xiao call him trash, Shen Tianlin was the first to lose his temper. He roared and rushed towards Ling Xiao. It stood to reason that there were many people here who could stop him. However, at this time, no one stopped him. It was as if they tacitly chose to wait and see, courting death. Ling Xiao sneered. This Shen Tianlin was just like a clown. If he had obediently admitted defeat, he could have lived a few more days. But after coming out, not only did he not keep a low profile, he even dared to slander him. How could he forgive him? To kill such a dog, he didn't need the moonlight token. Poof! Ling Xiao stretched out a finger. The qi sword pierced through the air and easily pierced Shun Tianlin's throat. Bang! Like a dead dog, Shun Tianlin twitched twice on the ground and then completely stopped breathing. You actually dared to kill your fellow disciple in front of so many people. Elder Jin couldn't believe his eyes. Ling Xiao actually killed Shun Tianlin, just like that. Killed him. He didn't have the slightest intention of showing mercy. Nonsense. If he wants to kill me, should I stretch out my neck and let him kill me? Ling Xiao said coldly. Everyone saw it. Everyone saw it. This Ling Xiao is simply unpardonable. If he can kill his fellow disciple outside, he can definitely do the same in the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda. I don't think there's any need to question him. I'll directly convict him. The flame deity was about to go crazy. This Shun Tianlin had just become his disciple not long ago, and he actually died. This was simply a slap to his face. That's right. Ling Xiao has meritorious service and can be rewarded with 100,000 sect points. However, he killed his fellow disciple and must be killed without mercy. As the head of the law enforcement hall, Elder Jin's words were equivalent to convicting Ling Xiao. 100,000 sect points sounded like a lot, but if Ling Xiao was dead, what use would it be? This Elder Jin was really cunning. Your Highness Moon Maiden, what do you think we should do? Sect Leader Chong, Yue Ying looked at the Moon Maiden and asked, I'll ask one last time. Those who keep saying that Ling Xiao killed their own disciples, do you dare to swear to the heavens? The Moon Maiden's eyes flashed coldly as she looked at the crowd below. If there's a single lie in this disciple's words, I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Ming Tian, by Fei Fei, Tantai Lingzi, Shun Tianlin, and the others all swore. You've missed your last chance. The Moon Maiden sighed, and then waved her hand. The Moonlight Treasure Pagoda shone brightly, and a huge screen appeared. The screen was actually showing the scene inside the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda. From Ling Xiao and the others entering the first round to the fourth round, there were scenes involving Ming Tian by Fei Fei, Tantai Lingzi, Shun Tianlin, and the others. There were even scenes of their conversations. Chapter 608. Originally, this matter was not allowed to be made public because it was the secret of the trial disciples. However, you all kept saying that Ling Xiao killed his fellow disciples, so I had no choice but to make it public so that the truth would be revealed to the sect. The Moon Maiden sighed. In fact, she was very happy in her heart. The scene on the screen kept playing. Ming Tian by Fei Fei, Tantai Lingzi, and the others all looked terrible. The flame deity's face was also pale, because even the secret of his clone had been exposed. Boom. Crack. The moment the screen finished playing, several bolts of lightning suddenly fell from the sky and blasted Ming Tian and the others. Ah! Ming Tian screamed and collapsed on the ground. He was already on the verge of death. By Fei Fei and Tantai Lingzi's cultivation levels were higher, but they were also seriously injured. It's best not to make some vows. Who will be spared by the heavens? The Moon Maiden said lightly, Moon Maiden, how dare you hurt my disciple? The Grand Sect leader was anxious and urged the guardian beast to attack the Moon Maiden. At this moment, the Moonlight Pagoda behind the Moon Maiden suddenly shone brightly, and an illusory human figure appeared. She actually repelled the guardian beast with a single palm. Her Highness! The Moonlight Heavenly Maiden had appeared. Everyone was terrified. They all knelt on the ground. However, they didn't know that this was just Ling Xiao's trick. Ling Xiao didn't want others to know that he had the Moonlight token, so he used the Moonlight Pagoda to make his spiritual body appear behind the Moon Maiden. This way, others would think that the Moonlight Heavenly Maiden appeared to protect the Moon Maiden. Even the Moon Maiden would think so. You are in charge of the Yuehua school, but You made it a mess. A few juniors framed and defamed your fellow disciples. How shameless! What's the use of having such disciples? Ming Tian, Tantai Lingzi by Fei Fei, and the others will be handed over to the Moon Maiden. Chang Yueying, as the sect leader, you can't do things impartially. You are now relieved of your position as the sect leader and temporarily promoted to the head of the Law Enforcement Hall. The head of the Law Enforcement Hall will be demoted to an ordinary inner sect elder. Chang Yueli, as the Supreme Sect Master, you've attempted to control the Divine Guardian Beast to attack the Moon Maiden. You deserve death for your crimes. However, on account of your loyalty to Yuehua School, I will spare you the death penalty. However, even though you can be spared, you still have to suffer. You will be relieved of your position as the Supreme Sect Master and will be promoted to an ordinary inner court elder. The Flame Deity, you actually colluded with the Black Spirit Organization to overthrow the Yuehua School. This is a heinous crime. However, since you have contributed greatly to the Yuehua School, you will be spared from death. At the same time, your position as an inner sanctum elder will be removed, and you will be demoted to an ordinary deacon. I hereby appoint Wu Xiang as the new headmaster of Yuehua School, effective from this day onwards. If there's anyone who disagrees, speak up now. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. The whole Yuehua sect was dumbfounded by the series of orders and punishments. Wasn't it too domineering and unreasonable to dismiss the sect leader just because he said so? But who asked her to be the Yuehua Heavenly Maiden, the Yuehua sect's ancestral grandmother? Of course, more importantly, this founder was extremely powerful. She had controlled the Divine Guardian Beast the moment she attacked, leaving no chance for the rest of the people to turn the tables. Yes, Your Highness. No one dared to go against the Moonlight Goddess orders. Even the arrogant Supreme Sect Master was like a little lamb now. He had completely fallen into a panic. The reason Ling Xiao handled things this way was because he didn't want the Yuehua School to be destroyed so quickly. After all, if he killed the Supreme Sect Master, Elder Jean, and the others, the Yuehua School would definitely suffer a great loss. Before Ling Xiao grew up, he really had to rely on these people to keep up appearances. Of course, if these people obediently worked for the Yuehua School, it would be fine. Otherwise, their deaths would come sooner or later. Wu Xiang was a little dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, he had become the Yuehua School's sect master. He was really not used to it. However, he was someone who had experienced life and death. He had long honed a tenacious mind. In addition, he now had the support of the Golden Light, Heavenly Venerable Wanghan Tianzuan, the Tower Master of the Spirit of the Dead, the Tower Master of the Inner Sect, and the Moonlight Tower Master. It was not a problem for him to manage the Yuehua School well. Not to mention, he also had the Moonlight Goddess and the Moonlight Goddess behind him. The situation had completely reversed. Ming Tian, Tantai Lingzi by Fei Fei, and the others were ashen-faced. They had never expected things to develop to this point. This time, they were really dead. The Flame Deity was also furious and frightened. He had always thought that everything he did was done secretly. Who knew that he would be exposed so easily in the end? He was even removed from his position as an inner sect elder. In this way, not only would his status in the sect be greatly reduced, but the offerings he would receive would also be greatly reduced. Damn it! It's all that Ling Xiao's fault. He blamed all of this on Ling Xiao. The Grand Sect Master, Elder Jean, and the others were the same. They did not dare to hate the Moonlight Goddess, so they poured all of their hatred onto Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao only smiled coldly. He had previously thought of using his spiritual avatar to directly exterminate these people. Unfortunately, his spiritual avatar was unwilling, so he could only settle for the next best thing. It seemed that although the moonlight token could protect him from death, he still had to rely on himself if he wanted to take revenge. Only when his strength surpassed that of heavenly venerate demon flame, Elder Jean, Grand Sect Master, and the others could he truly kill them one by one. He would remember this debt first. It would not be too long. After the spiritual avatar finished speaking, it gradually disappeared. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to cup his hands and say to Wu Xiang, Sect Master, I heard that Shangguan Lei's gains from the trial were all stolen by that shameless Ming Tian. I hope you can uphold justice. Elder Jean, why aren't you releasing Shangguan Lei and returning all of his things to him? Since Wu Xiang came to power, he naturally had to make drastic changes. The first fire was going to burn Elder Jean. Yes, Elder Jean did not dare to say anything else. He was no longer the head of the law enforcement hall. He was just an ordinary inner sect elder. If Wu Xiang wanted to kill him, no one could protect him. Therefore, he could only abandon Ming Tian. Chang Yueying, as the head of the law enforcement hall, you should be the one to deal with this matter of slandering Ling Xiao. Tell me what you want to do. Wu Xiang's second fire burned Chang Yueying. This was also forcing Chang Yueying to express her stance. Kill without mercy. Chang Yueying gritted her teeth and said, framing a fellow disciple was a very serious matter. In the sect, it was definitely a capital offense. Sect Master, please spare us. Head, please spare us. We won't dare to frame a fellow disciple anymore. With Ming Tian as the leader, dozens of people knelt down and begged for mercy. However, Wu Xiang only sneered. Chang Yueying's expression did not change. Now that things had gotten to this point, unless Ling Xiao pleaded for them, no one could save them. Sect Master, Head, if we kill Ming Tian, Tantai Lingzi, and Bai Feifei now, I'm afraid that people will say that I, Ling Xiao, am using this method to suppress my competitors. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I ask the two of you to spare their lives. Ling Xiao did not want to let others do the revenge. He wanted to do it himself. Chapter 609. Ling Xiao pleaded for mercy on behalf of Ming Tian and the other two. Naturally, he wanted to personally end the three of them. Furthermore, Bai Feifei couldn't die yet. He had to bring her to see Master Bai Yun. Tantai Lingzi still had many secrets, and he had to figure them out. As for Ming Tian, he wanted to personally clean up the sect for Master Bai Yun. All right, since you've said so, I agree. Wu Xiang nodded and said, I agree too. Chang Yueying didn't want to kill the three of them. After all, they were rare talents in the Yuehua school. It would be a pity to kill them. Furthermore, the four-faction tournament and the Sacred Dynasty's martial arts festival were about to begin. If she killed the three of them now, the Yuehua school would definitely suffer a great loss. Thank you, Sect Master. Thank you, Chief. The three of them didn't thank Ling Xiao. They knew that Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of person who would let them off easily. Just like that, the aggressive denunciation ended in an outcome that no one had expected. All the disciples who had slandered Ling Xiao, except for Ming Tian, Tantai Lingzi, and Bai Feifei, were executed, including Sidu Jun, Wang Nan, Lu Lai Wuyang, Qin Wu, and the others. There were dozens of them. After that, Wu Xiang lit a third fire. He announced that in half a month, Ling Xiao, Yuling, and Shangguan Lei would be allowed to participate in the core disciple tournament. The qualifications that had been taken away from them were reclaimed. Once the matter was over, Ling Xiao left with the Moon Lady. The internal affairs of the sect were naturally handled by Wu Xiang and the others. He didn't have to worry about them. His most important goal now was to increase his strength as soon as possible. He couldn't always rely on his disobedient spiritual body. Not long after, Ling Xiao arrived at the Moon Lady's palace. This place was actually at the top of the Moonlight Pagoda. No one had ever entered this place, including the sect master and the others. The decorations of the palace weren't that luxurious, but it was very warm and made people feel comfortable. Brat, what you obtained in the Moonlight Pagoda was not the black dragon martial spirit inheritance, right? As soon as they sat down, the Moon Maiden spoke with a smile. In front of Ling Xiao, she became very casual. She gently reclined on the soft cushion, looking very charming. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Alas, I really can't hide it from Sister Yuanf. But I'm still very curious. How did you see through it?" The Moon Maiden said proudly, "That's easy. I've been in charge of the Tower Ascension ceremony for tens of thousands of years. If you can enter the 5th stage, then you must have obtained a very impressive martial soul inheritance in the 4th stage. Otherwise, Sister Fairy wouldn't have met you." Ling Xiao smiled and did not say anything. However, a huge phantom image appeared behind him. Then, a terrifying dragon might spread throughout the entire bedroom. Ancient Hell Dragon, Martial Soul. The Moon Lady, who had been relaxed, also stood up in surprise. She thought that Ling Xiao would obtain a martial spirit stronger than the Black Dragon martial spirit, but she never thought that Ling Xiao would obtain one of the 9 great primordial dragon souls. His luck was too heaven-defying. "How is it, Sister Yuanf? This inheritance is passable, right?" Ling Xiao smiled. "Passable." The Moon Maiden was going crazy. "This kid is doing it on purpose. One of the 9 great primordial dragon souls, the strongest martial soul inheritance other than the ancient golden dragon and mountain river martial spirits. This kid actually said that it was passable. Forget it. Since you got 1st place in the Tower Ascension ceremony and obtained the ancient hell dragon soul inheritance, then you are qualified to be my disciple." The Moon Maiden smiled bitterly and said, "You will probably become the most outstanding martial artist in the history of Yuehua School. You might even surpass Sister Fairy." "I'm sorry, Sister Yuanf. I said that I won't be your disciple. I want to marry you," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "You're serious?" The Moon Maiden thought that Ling Xiao was just joking. She did not expect this kid to be so serious. "Sister Yuanf, I won't joke about such things." Ling Xiao's expression was very serious. "You're still young and have seen too few good women. It's too early to make a decision now. How about this? When you're 18 years old, if you still have such thoughts, come and find me. I'll agree to it." It was impossible to say that the Moon Maiden did not have feelings for Ling Xiao. Back in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, they had gone through a life-and-death crisis together. In terms of trust and closeness, only the Moonlight Heavenly Maiden could compare. However, what she was most afraid of was that Ling Xiao was just joking when he was young. It might not work when he grew up. "Fine." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "My cultivation is still too weak now. I don't even have the strength to protect my own woman. If I marry you, I'm afraid I'll need you to protect me. Naturally, that won't do. When I'm 18 years old, so be it. At that time, my cultivation will probably be on par with yours." The Moon Maiden did not doubt his words at all. The speed at which Ling Xiao's cultivation rose was simply too fast. It was so fast that it left everyone dumbfounded. She even suspected that this kid was the reincarnation of an expert from the primordial age. "All right, before that, you and I will address each other as brother and sister. The path that you walk is completely different from mine. Other than some things that I can guide you on in martial arts, I can't teach you most of the other things. You can only comprehend them on your own." The Moon Maiden regained her previous smile and said, "Half a month later, you must enter the ranks of the core disciples. At the very least, you must enter the top 4. Only then will you be qualified to participate in the four-sect tournament. At that time, you'll let those snobbish fellows see that a genius is not a title given by someone, but a real one. The Moon Maiden was not worried about Ling Xiao at all. Although this kid looked arrogant and unruly on the surface, his thoughts were extremely meticulous. She even suspected that she might have been tricked by this kid, but it was just a kind scheme. Otherwise, why would a woman's intuition be so powerful? She actually guessed it right. The appearance of the Moonlight Heavenly Maiden was, in fact, a show directed by Ling Xiao. However, other than Ling Xiao himself, no one else knew what was going on. Compared to Ling Xiao, Ming Tian, Tantai Lingzi by Fei Fei, and the others were nothing. Some were clever, some were stupid, some were purely unprincipled. Ling Xiao killed decisively, but he also stuck to his bottom line. He would not easily harm innocent people. Because of this, although he had many enemies in the sect, he also had many friends who were willing to stand by his side at crucial moments. This was very rare. For sect tournament, Ling Xiao was stunned. After coming to the Yuehua school, he had never heard of such a thing. Although the four-sect tournament involved the Divine Sword sect, he really did not know about it. After all, he spent most of his time cultivating. Even if many people wanted to care about it, they could not. From your tone, it seems that the top 4 core disciples are not a problem for you, the Moon Maiden asked with a smile. Chapter 6:10. If I want to, it won't be a problem to get first place. What's the big deal about fourth place? Don't forget, Ling Zhao's Book of Seals still has a celestial venerable sealed inside. Novel, no matter how powerful Ren Xingtian was, he hadn't broken through to the celestial realm yet. Ling Zhao's words were definitely not nonsense. However, the Book of Seals was a life-saving aid at a critical moment. If he relied on it blindly, it wouldn't be good for his own strength. That was why Ling Xiao wouldn't use it easily. Okay, as long as you're confident. However, it's meaningless to be the king of Yuehua School. The 4-sex competition used to be called the 3-sex competition. It was mainly a competition between the Sword King sect, Beast King Palace, and Yuehua School of the 3 eastern sects of the Sacred Dynasty. In the past, Yuehua School was always at the bottom. The Moon Maiden sighed and said, "You might not know the strength of the Sword King sect and Beast King Palace, but you can't underestimate them. In our sect, only Ren Xingtian can be considered a figure among the top 10 core disciples. The rest are really weak." Are you exaggerating? Ling Xiao secretly stuck out his tongue. He had killed many disciples of the Sword King sect and Beast King Palace in public, but he didn't think those people were that powerful. Even Wang Shi, one of the top 10 core disciples of the Beast King Palace, was killed by him. The Moon Maiden also knew about this. Yuehua School is so weak. Why hasn't it been destroyed? Ling Xiao asked casually. In the end, the other 11 sects are still afraid of Yuehua School's Mountain Protection Formation, Guardian Beast, and Sect Protection Treasure. The Moon Maiden said, "Without these, Yuehua School might really be destroyed. They don't know about your existence, right? If they knew, I'm afraid no one would dare to provoke us." Ling Xiao smiled. "That's true. I've never shown my face to the outside world. The only time I helped you kill an inner sect elder of the Beast King Palace was the last time. Before that, no one knew of my existence. Even if they knew, they wouldn't know of my strength." The Moon Maiden nodded. "Sister Moon Maiden, how do you think the sects are ranked? They always say that the 12 sects are the big sects, and the rest are the small sections. How do they be divided?" Ling Xiao asked with interest. "Big sects? Well, they are considered big sects in the Heavenly Dragon continent. But in the entire mystic world, the sects are just small sections." The Moon Maiden said helplessly, The heavenly dragon continent has lost too much power, especially the martial spirits that have been missing for a long time. It has caused the strength of the 12 sects to be greatly weakened. But it's fine now. The mountain and river martial spirits have reappeared in the world, and martial spirits continue to appear and rise. The heavenly dragon continent's strength will recover sooner or later. It's actually a lousy one. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel bitter. The Yuehua school that he risked his life to enter turned out to be small sects in the mystic world. That was too tragic. That's right. Let me put it this way. The entire mystic world is divided into 3 sects and 9 sects. There are a total of 10 levels of forces, not 12. The 3 sects are of the same level and are also the 3 strongest forces that control the profound world. However, they are all legends. Whether they really exist or not, no one knows now, because the 3 sect masters are existences that are even more ancient than the human kings. The Moon Maiden explained, generally speaking, the 9 sects are recognized. The first class is the strongest, and the 9th is the weakest. So, the small sects aren't even considered as the 9th sects? Ling Xiao asked curiously. That's right. The Moon Maiden nodded and said, of course, this is purely a misunderstanding. According to this classification, as long as a sect has 10 or more Sky Realm martial artists and 2 or more Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, it will be considered a 9th class force. Our Yuehua school is actually qualified. Of course, this is a recent change. In the past, Chang Yueli and Wu Xiang didn't have martial spirits and couldn't be considered Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. So that's how it is. Presumably, the other 11 sects should also be considered as 9th class sects, right? Ling Xiao thought for a while and said, it should be. The martial artist who obtained the mountain and river martial spirit had probably fused with the mountain and river martial spirit's soul and bloodline. That's why it caused such a huge change. It can be considered as saving the heavenly dragon continent. The Moon Maiden smiled. Ling Xiao laughed in his heart. He didn't expect that the changes in his body would affect the entire heavenly dragon continent. This could be considered as a great merit. 4-sect martial arts competition. What sect is the 4th sect? Ling Xiao asked curiously. It's the recently risen Divine Sword sect. They were recommended by various small sects and received the full support of Northern Han. The Moon Maiden replied. Ling Xiao nearly bit his own tongue. He didn't expect that the Divine Sword sect, which had been established for less than a year, would have the qualifications to participate in the martial arts competition with the 12 sects. That's his own sect. Just as well. After leaving this place, he would return to the Divine Sword sect and settle the land of dragons there. With the addition of Long Chun and the other young disciples of the dragon race, the strength of the Divine Sword sect would definitely increase. Who knows, they might even shock everyone in this 4-sect martial arts competition. Ling Xiao also wanted to take this opportunity to go out and see how powerful the disciples of the Beast King Palace and the Sword King sect were. Don't be careless. Although the 4-sect martial arts competition is only a competition between the 4 sects, there are still many geniuses. If you are careless, you might make a fool of yourself and fail miserably. The Moon Maiden reminded when she saw that Ling Xiao was distracted. Oh, Ling Xiao revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. It would only be interesting if there were experts. Otherwise, there would be no point in participating in the 4-sect martial arts competition. Sai, you really don't take it seriously. Let me tell you, let's not talk about the others. Recently, a peerless genius appeared in the Beast King Palace. His name is Ing Wuya. He was originally ranked 9th among the top 10 core disciples. However, after going through a trial similar to the Tower Ascension ceremony, he actually obtained the martial spirit inheritance of the immemorial golden winged rock. Furthermore, there are many other benefits. The Moon Maiden continued. Now, he is ranked second among the core disciples of the Beast King Palace. It is said that this is because he has not fully grasped the martial spirit inheritance of the immemorial golden winged rock. So powerful! Ling Xiao had seen Ing Wuya before. This person was good at enduring, and his talent was outstanding. Like Ming Tian, he also had a divine-grade treasure body. However, it was obvious that his luck was better. Do you think that you can't underestimate your opponent now? The Moon Maiden asked. Hee, Sister Moon Maiden, don't scare me. How long is it until the four-sect martial arts competition? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. 2 months. Then that's easy. Ling Xiao nodded and said, in 2 months, I will be able to completely absorb the things I obtained from the Moonlight Pagoda. At that time, I really plan to meet this Ing Wuya. Back then, he had made an agreement with Ing Wuya in the Plague Valley. At that time, he had said that he would look for Ing Wuya. After all, he couldn't be treated as admitting defeat. Chapter 6:11. It's good that you're confident. Let me give you a suggestion. Become a core disciple as soon as possible. This way, it'll be more convenient for you to do anything. Otherwise, as an outer disciple, it'll be inconvenient for you to leave the sect. Novel, the Moon Maiden said. Well, it just so happens that I plan to return to my hometown, Tianfeng City. With the identity of a core disciple in Yuehua School, it'll be much more convenient for me to do things. Ling Xiao refused to be promoted to an inner disciple previously because he was worried that he would be targeted. At that time, he wasn't as powerful as he was now. Now, the situation had completely changed. He could directly skip the inner disciple stage and become a core disciple. He would also receive some privileges. While Ling Xiao was chatting with the Moon Maiden, Ling Xiao's fame had already spread throughout Yuehua School. He was really famous in the sect. He wasn't a core disciple. He wasn't even an inner disciple. He was just an outer disciple. However, he became the first in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony as an outer disciple. He even killed Shin Tianlin, who provoked him in front of everyone. After that, because of him, the sect leader, Chang Yueying, was demoted to the head of the law enforcement hall. Elder Jean was demoted to an ordinary inner disciple elder. The supreme sect leader was also demoted to an ordinary inner disciple elder. The most miserable one was the flame deity. He wasn't even an elder anymore. He was actually demoted to an inner disciple deacon. He had completely lost his former prestige. Now, it was widely spread in the sect that Ling Xiao had become the disciple of the Moon Maiden. He would probably become the strongest among the top 10 core disciples. However, only a day had passed. After Ling Xiao left the Moon Maiden's palace, a shocking piece of news spread. The Moon Maiden had actually accepted Ling Xiao as her godbrother. She didn't accept any disciples. This decision confused everyone. They didn't know what the Moon Maiden meant by this. However, one thing was certain. In addition to Wu Xiang, the new sect leader, Ling Xiao also had the Moon Maiden as his backing. His position in the sect had become even more stable. On the surface, many people were respectful to Ling Xiao. They didn't even dare to speak loudly in front of him. However, they secretly looked down on Ling Xiao. They always felt that Ling Xiao relied on others and not his own strength. Ling Xiao didn't care about such discussions. In any case, the core disciple challenge of the four-sect martial competition was about to begin. At that time, he would use his strength to shut these people up. After leaving the Moon Maiden's palace, Ling Xiao, Yuan venerate himself. His venerated Yuan venerated his Yuan venerated Yuan. The The scroll he used earlier was to upgrade the purple flash sword to an immortal grade artifact in a short time. Now, he was prepared to strengthen the purple flash sword into an immortal grade artifact. In the future, the effect of purple flash shocks the world would allow the purple flash sword to become a divine grade artifact in a short period of time. Ling Xiao now had 12 immortal grade artifacts. He handed 2 over to the sect and kept 10. Aside from improving the quality of the 5 treasured swords, the rest were to be used in case of an emergency. For example, improving the quality of the flying sword, and so on. Now that Wu Xiang was the sect master, he naturally had to give Wu Xiang some support. Other than handing over 2 immortal grade artifacts, Ling Xiao also handed over all the precious grade artifacts, gold grade top grade martial arts, gold grade superior grade martial arts, and so on. He alone had handed in more items than everyone else combined. However, this was only a small part of what he had obtained. Of course, he did not hand it over for nothing. He had also received a large number of sect points from Yuehua School, including the points he had received previously. He now had 200,000 points. These things could be used to exchange for all kinds of alchemy and formation materials. After all, it was a waste of time to collect a large number of materials. Yuan Venerates sighed with emotion when they saw Ling Xiao. He had not expected that Ling Xiao would actually come out on top during the Pagoda Ascension ceremony. However, not only had Ling Xiao come out on top, but he had also broken the 100,000-year-old record. This was really amazing. Master, I came to find you because I want to learn how to improve the purple lightning scrolls to complement the immortal grade purple lightning sword that is about to be upgraded. Ling Xiao said with a chuckle. This is not difficult. However, upgrading the purple lightning sword to an immortal grade artifact requires a lot of materials. Just having an immortal grade artifact is not enough. Yuan Venerates reminded him, I know. In order to upgrade a precious grade artifact to an immortal grade artifact, you need at least 10% of the power of a half-step Heavenly Venerate Beast's demonic core in addition to an immortal grade artifact. I have already gathered all of these. Ling Xiao had killed many dragon race experts in the land of the dragons, so demonic cores were not a problem for him. At the very least, upgrading the 5 treasured swords would not be a problem. However, upgrading all the flying swords to an immortal grade artifact would require some time to collect the materials. In that case, it will be easy. However, there is something I need to remind you. The higher the grade of the artifact, the more true origin it requires. If you do not have enough true origin, I suggest that you do not upgrade it for the time being. After all, an immortal grade artifact is not bad even when used by a Skyman realm expert. You are currently using a precious grade artifact. Yuan Venerates reminded him. Ling Xiao knew about this problem. Generally speaking, a precious grade artifact could increase a transcendent strength by 50% because it was suitable. However, an immortal grade artifact could not be used before the 7th level of the transcendent realm. An immortal grade artifact from the 7th level of the transcendent realm to the 9th level of the transcendent realm would only increase one's overall strength by 30%. Only a half-step Heavenly Venerate could use an immortal grade artifact to increase one's strength to that of a precious grade artifact. In other words, an immortal grade artifact used by a transcendent was not as good as a precious grade artifact. Therefore, the most suitable artifact was the best one. Ling Xiao naturally had his own plans. Although he was currently at the peak of the transcendent 8th level, he would not be afraid even if he encountered a half-step Heavenly Venerate with 10% or 20% of their strength. In that case, an immortal grade artifact would be more suitable for him. Although it would consume more true origin, the power of the special effects would increase significantly. Disciple, I see that you are also very interested in refining artifacts. Why don't you just find a master blacksmith and learn from him? Yuan Venerates said with a smile. I would like to, but the best blacksmith in the Yuehua school should be Heavenly Venerate Golden Light. However, he can only refine immortal-grade artifacts. Ling Xiao shook his head. You are right. The blacksmiths in the entire Sky Dragon continent are too weak, let alone the Yuehua school. If you are really interested, why don't you wait until you leave the Sky Dragon continent and head to the Divine Phoenix continent? That place has the best flames in the mystic realm, so it also has the best blacksmiths. Yuan Venerates said with a smile. The Divine Phoenix continent, yes, that is the continent closest to the Sky Dragon continent. However, I still have to remind you that you should never go there before you reach the Heavenly Venerate realm. The Yuan Venerate's expression was solemn as he said this. Chapter 6:12. The Yuan Venerate frowned. In the past, when the Mystic World continent split into 13 pieces, the Sky Dragon continent was ranked last. It was also the weakest continent. Then it followed the stormy ocean and formed a waterway that ran through the 13 continents. It was called the Heaven's Chosen Waterway. I can understand the stormy ocean. It probably has storms all year round. What does the Heaven's Chosen Waterway mean? Ling Xiao asked. Ever since the Mystic World continent split apart, a huge gate leading to the outside world appeared. It is called the Heaven's Chosen Gate. It is located at the end of the Heaven's Chosen Waterway. The closer one is to the Heaven's Chosen Gate, the stronger the martialists will be. Although the reason is unknown, martialists have always been trying their best to improve their strength and follow the Heaven's Chosen Waterway to the Heaven's Chosen Gate. The Yuan Venerate answered. Have you been there before, Master? Ling Xiao asked excitedly. I have, but unfortunately, I failed. The Yuan Venerate sighed. Rumor has it that as long as one can enter the Heaven's Chosen Gate, they will no longer be bound by the rules of the mystic world. Their entire martial realm and cultivation will rise to a whole new level. Unfortunately, I still failed and couldn't even enter the Heaven's Chosen Gate. Don't worry, Master. One day, I will open that gate with you and see what is behind it. Ling Xiao was very excited. The vastness of the mystic world had completely exceeded his imagination. He had never imagined that there would actually be a Heaven's Chosen Gate leading to the outside world. He was really looking forward to finding out what was behind this gate. Furthermore, based on what the Yuan Venerate Master had said, the martialists on each continent would generally be stronger if they followed the Heaven's Chosen Waterway from the Sky Dragon continent. Although there would definitely be weak existences, the powerhouses would definitely be stronger than those on the previous continent. For example, the Divine Phoenix continent, which was closest to the Sky Dragon continent, had sects and forces 10 times stronger than the 12 sects of the Sky Dragon continent. Rice had to be eaten one bite at a time, and roads had to be taken one step at a time. However, Ling Xiao was already somewhat impatient. The Yuehua school was just a small place after all. He had to leave this place and stand out among the 12 sects first. Just as the Yuan Venerate Master had said, the minimum requirement to travel from the Sky Dragon continent to the Divine Phoenix continent. He still had a long way to go. Afterward, Ling Xiao learned how to create the Purple Lightning Shocking Mystic Technique Scroll under the guidance of the Yuan Venerate. Then, the two of them worked together to strengthen it. Ling Xiao bid farewell to the Yuan Venerate and Yang Danlin after thoroughly mastering this strengthening method. Before he left, he naturally left many good things for Yang Danlin, including a longevity fruit. Yang Danlin's cultivation had not been able to break through to the heaven tier for a long time, and his lifespan was nearing its end. He needed this kind of fruit the most. After that, Ling Xiao went to visit Lan Yu and Shangguan Lei. Lan Yu's relationship with Chang Yueli had turned very bad. This was all because of him. Therefore, he must be concerned about this senior sister. After all, this senior sister had helped him a lot. When he left, Lan Yu was preparing to go into seclusion to cultivate in preparation for the upcoming four-sect martial competition. Ling Xiao had given Lan Yu an earth spirit fruit. Moreover, it was a huge one. He believed that it should be enough to help Lan Yu advance to the half-step Empyrean realm. Lan Yu was his loyal ally. The stronger she was, the more advantageous it would be for him. As for Shangguan Lei, he had been imprisoned because of him and had suffered a lot during this period. Therefore, he had also given him a metal spirit fruit. After meeting the two of them, Ling Xiao gave Dai Yuling, Lung Hao, and Zhao Ji a spirit fruit that was most suitable for them. In any case, Ling Xiao had brought out a lot of spirit fruits from the Moonlight Pagoda this time. It was reasonable to give them to his best friends. These people were the future pillars of the Yuehua school. Finally, he went to meet the new sect master, Wu Xiang. To be honest, it was a little willful of him to put the heavy burden of being the sect master on Wu Xiang. After all, he had not asked for Wu Xiang's opinion. Fortunately, Wu Xiang did not seem to dislike it, other than feeling that this matter was a little abrupt. Wu Xiang was already a Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouse. Ling Xiao did not have anything good to give him, so the two of them had a private chat. The new sect master said that he had already discussed it with the current law enforcement hall's first seat, Chang Yueying, in view of his outstanding performance during the Pagoda Ascension ceremony, and in order to make up for the harm he had suffered from being slandered, he had specially proposed some compensation and rewards. As for the rewards, they were nothing more than spirit stones and other cultivation resources. However, what Ling Xiao cared about the most was actually one of the rewards. He would have the same privileges as an inner sect elder and could enjoy the same resources as an inner sect elder. In this regard, he was even more powerful than the top 10 core disciples. After it was announced, the flame deity was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Some of the core disciples also expressed their dissatisfaction. However, because they were afraid of the Moonlight Fairy's strength, although they were dissatisfied, they did not show it on the surface. Of course, Wu Xiang did not care about what these people thought. His life was saved by Ling Xiao. Even if he gave Ling Xiao more things, he would not feel any heartache. Moreover, Ling Xiao had indeed made a great contribution to the Yuehua school this time, and had obtained the full support of the Moonlight Fairy. Even if he gave Ling Xiao more rewards, it was justified. He only hated that the Yuehua school was too weak. There were many things that he wanted to give Ling Xiao, but he could not take them out at all. Otherwise, Ling Xiao's rewards might have been, of course, since his status was equivalent to that of an inner sect elder. Ling Xiao's cave abode was naturally changed. Now, his cave abode was more abundant in spirit energy, and its location was better. There were even guardian beasts guarding it. It was not inferior to the flame deity's volcano palace in the past. It was not an exaggeration to say that one person occupied a mountain. Perhaps because of the limelight, many people in the sect wanted to see Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao had always been very disgusted by this kind of thing. Moreover, he had just come out of the Moonlight Pagoda and had many things to do. For example, although he had inherited the ancient Hell Dragon's Dragon Soul inheritance, he had only scratched the surface. He had to seize the time to cultivate and become more proficient in it. Therefore, he had given the cave abodes guardian beasts, in order to not see guests. No matter who it was, no one was allowed to come. Even the Grand Sect Master and the Law Enforcement Hall's first seat had not been able to see him even after 3 or 4 days. Humph! Isn't this Ling Xiao thinking too highly of himself? Not to mention that he is not an inner sect elder yet. Even if he is, he can't treat us like this. Elder Jean snorted coldly and was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Sai, what can we do? Even the Moonlight Fairy has appeared to help him. We can't fight with him at all. Although Chang Yueli said this, her eyes flickered with a sinister look. She might not be able to do anything to Ling Xiao in the sect, but once she left the Yuehua school, things would be different. The four-sect tournament was about to begin, and she had already thought of a way to deal with Ling Xiao. He did not care about other things, but this Ling Xiao had to die.